Okay, good afternoon. Today is February 20th. Welcome to the bill hearings for the Ways and Means Committee. Delegate Fisher, come on up. House Bill 1005.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee. For the record, Delegate Mark Fisher, Calvert County. I have before you House Bill 1005, titled Income Tax, Tips or Gratuities, Subtraction Modification, the so-called No Income Taxes on Tips Act, which is precisely what the bill does. I'd like to start out by just giving a little story. When I was 16 and my family wasn't particularly well off, my dad, like many of our fathers, said, you want money, you got to go get a job. And so I drove about 30 minutes away to a country club that, of course, we could never afford to belong to, and walked in and asked if I could be a waiter. And they're like, well, no. You can start out as a busboy, so that's what I started out as. And then ended up waiting tables there. And then I had a friend who told me that he had a really great waiting job at the American Cafe in the Inner Harbor back when that particular project was really just doing really well. There was a Phillips there in the Inner Harbor and American Cafe. So I worked there and then eventually became a bartender. And this helped me save and have money, pay for my gas, pay for my car repairs, pay for my car, as well as it helped me go through college. And at that time, as I'm sure you can remember, or I will certainly remind you, most people tipped with cash. So you walked out of the place with cash, which was really a cool thing. And you had the ability to be free, which is a great feeling when you're 16 years old, as you can possibly imagine. This bill is for people that are like me and have similar stories, and single moms who take jobs in restaurants to wait tables or work for Uber. And they do these things, of course, for the purpose of earning extra money because it's a job that they can fit into their schedule and walk home with some extra, of course, cash. It's also for retirees and naturally, as I said, students. Many people don't want a full-time job, or if they want a part-time job, they can wait on tables. They could also wait on tables full-time if they want. Why would they want to do so? Well, might want to do it to pay for their electricity bills, for one. I know some people that have taken jobs as waiters, waitresses, Uber drivers, for the purpose of helping to pay those simple bills like food, rent, and electricity and energy costs, gas for their car payment. My view is that when you are a waiter or an Uber driver, as an example, and you get a tip, that's a private transaction between you and another person. That person is saying to you, you gave me great service above and beyond what I expected, and so I'm giving you this money, and it's between you and me. And so my question is, why is the government in the middle? It shouldn't be. It's greed of government, without question. Because these are the people who work these jobs who need the money the most. And they shouldn't be paying income tax at any level, whether it be federal or state. This bill also helps restaurants. Restaurants can more easily attract employees when they know that more of what they earn can be kept. And since most people pay now in restaurants with credit cards, all this is easily traceable. Not everybody pays with credit card, but almost everyone. I'd like to address one of the things in your packet, one of the folks who said that they think this is a bad idea. I have to address this. I don't always do this at committee hearings, but at this time I have to because it's really kind of funny. From the Maryland Society of Accounting and Tax Professionals, they don't like the bill because basically, if you read between the lines, they might have to do either more work or less work. I'm not really sure what they're actually saying. But then, I guess they're being a shill for the state of Maryland, saying that the bill raises fundamental questions about tax equity. I mean, for the least among us, tax equity. I mean, I have to just come out and say it. This is a stupid letter from a bunch of really stupid people who are writing something like this. Well, but it is. And I know, but we do have a First Amendment right to say it the way it is, including me, and I will continue to do so. They also said something like the state needs the money. I mean, what kind of accounting professional says such a thing, an organization? So I just wanted to bring that up about how silly the arguments against a bill like this are. I do acknowledge in the fiscal note that it will cost the state money, cost people who are waiters and waitresses and Uber drivers and so forth a lot more. And that's who I'm trying to help, as well as restaurants. And so for all those reasons, I ask for a favorable report. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Okay, questions? Delegate Buckle. And I will just remind everybody that you can say it the way it is as long as it's done in a respectful manner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try my best. I guess I really appreciate what you're saying about there are people, there are employees out there, there are workers out there that want to help. My concern, my friend, is simply the concept of, and you've said it many times, and I think very articulately, using the tax system to pick winners and losers. My concern with this is, you know, you could have someone who chooses to go and work full-time because this isn't limited to part-time work or younger workers. There are people who make fairly good livings as waiters, waitresses, bartenders, particularly at some of the more, I'm thinking some of the more upscale establishments here in the Annapolis area. You know, I'm leaving a pretty decent tip. You know, you're that 22% tip range. You can't eat dinner here for less than $80, $90 most nights. And so my concern is that if we did this, I worry about people like certified nursing assistants and construction workers, and I employ secretaries. They don't get tipped. Like my clients don't tip them, so they have to pay 100% taxes on their wages, where somebody who might have the exact same level of background, whatever it is, they've chosen to go work at a nice restaurant. They've had that opportunity, a nice establishment. They're really making the same money. And they're not paying any taxes, hardly any. They're paying on their base wage, whatever the tipped credit is, but they're not paying wages on probably 80–90% of their income is these tips. Do you have any concerns about that? Because I just hate that concept of it. I know President Trump talked about this when he was running, and it has some emotional appeal, and maybe there's a way to limit it to those folks who are just in the situations you described. But I just have some concerns about, you know, the 40-year-old two sisters. One of them works in a nursing home, and she's making $50,000 a year and pays full taxes. The other one chooses to be a great waitress at, you know, Chez Louis here in Annapolis, and she's making $55,000 a year and not paying hardly any taxes. So that's kind of my concern. Do you have any thoughts as to how we could ameliorate that?
Sure. I would just say that as I said earlier, the tip is a private transaction. These individuals who work in these jobs, they are receiving an hourly wage, of course, and that is taxed. The tip is a separate, in my view, a separate and independent private transaction between two people, and you're giving them a reward, if you will, or compensation for a job well done. Your question is, of course, well, what if people make a lot of money waiting tables with tips? I think that's a good thing, and I think they should keep it. And I don't think the government should be involved in it. And then your other question is well, what about everybody else? I mean, obviously, we have a fundamental tax issue in the state of Maryland, right? That brings up the broader issue, and that broader issue is much broader than this bill, which is, why is it that every year when we come back, there's not enough money in the state, at the state level, and spending continues to increase, and taxes continue to increase? So, and the answer is because the state has a spending problem. And so that is a great point, and we have to start somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, that would be my take, is I think we'd be better off if we just treated income as income and we lowered the taxes, particularly on those individuals making, say, less than $60,000, $75,000 a year. really need some of these breaks, or maybe need some credits if they have children, or credits for energy bills. I mean, ways to address some of the issues maybe a little bit differently so that you even everyone out. The only other question I had, though, you brought that up, it just occurred to me while you said it. If it's a private transaction, I don't know, I guess it depends on how often you go out to eat or whatever service you're using here. I wouldn't know how to call an Uber for myself if my life depended on it. Thank God for the graces of other people. I know, it's true. For some reason, Madam Chair, people like me enough to call the Ubers, so I appreciate that, because I really don't know how to do it. Sometimes Delegate Griffith has to do it. I don't know how to do it, but I think he does. But I guess, what I would say is, if you use a lot of these things and you make a lot of tips, do you think it would be tax policy or tax legal to deduct those as gifts? If it's a private transaction, if I'm making gifts, charitable contributions, of course, under the governor's proposal, we would no longer be able to deduct these things as itemized contributions. But if you went and said, hey, I kept track of all of this, up to the IRS standard, and I made, $1,500 this year in tips, and I can consider that gifts that I made, and I can deduct from my income.
Right.
Do you think that would lead to maybe some problems with that?
Yeah, I talked to the bill drafter about that. We actually had a good conversation, and because it's an excellent point.
It's interesting.
We limited it to these particular industries, of course, that are in the bill. So there is a limitation. But we did talk about that. That others might come forward and say, well, what about me? Well, I hope that's what they do. Because obviously, as a conservative, I believe that we are paying way too many taxes. And this particular bill's purpose is to help the least among us. And the way I see it, if you work at Chop Tank and you're making $55,000 a year as a waiter, you are working really, really hard, and you deserve every penny of it. And the state does not.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Hornberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Love this bill. Okay. So my question pertains.
I like your right to repair bill too, just so you know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So this gets back to a little bit what my colleague was saying. We don't know what the next federal budget's going to look like.
Fair.
And there's been indications that there may be relief for tipped individuals in that budget. And it's been our mindset here in the past, at least, that oftentimes state tax law will sort of echo what's happening at the federal level. So my question to you is, whatever may come out of this next budget, which I'm hopeful there is relief in there for the population that you just described, would it be wise to sort of morph this bill into something that says, hey, if this comes out at the federal level, then that would be matched, at the state level?
That would be great, Delegate Hornberger.
Okay.
That's a great idea.
Okay.
I mean, I love that idea.
I thought it was a great idea too, but I'm glad you think the same. Yep.
It is. It's a terrific idea.
Great idea.
So, okay, well, great. Well, thank you for bringing the bill.
And the question is, of course, would Maryland decouple from the feds?
Correct.
And
Yep.
they have a habit of doing so.
In some
when it helps.
instances, yes.
Exactly.
If it helps the bottom line.
Yes.
All right, thanks so much.
Delegate Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess part of me was wondering if the goal of this is to, maybe I'm putting words in your mouth by describing the goal of this. But to me, it sounds like the goal is to find some kind of way to help provide reprieve to workers, specifically workers in industries, especially in the restaurant sector, in the bar and restaurant industry where they're still relying on the tip wage, which we know I think is $3.63 here in Maryland. So I'm wondering, if this would be a better conversation, perhaps for your home jurisdiction committee, ECM, around our wages and bringing up the tip wage piece, because I do understand that tax part. It's interesting, and I'm married to someone who is in the service sector, so I'm very, very familiar with the process in terms of how it works, in terms of even how servers have to pay back as well on their tips, which is good because we want to take care of the front and the back. But I'm curious to know why not push for a more, I think, a broader approach of increasing the tip wage as opposed to the modification, because this seems like it wouldn't help workers as much as bringing up their wage would.
Yeah, so Washington, D.C. did just what you said. And there were almost 1,000 restaurants that closed. It did exactly what you said. And it has wrecked the industry in Washington, D.C. The Delegate Boafo has a bill to do just that. My bill helps restaurants and helps the least among us. His bill closes restaurants. The data speaks for itself. Obviously, as you probably know, restaurants in particular are being hammered with inflation. When they buy food, they don't know what it's going to cost from week to week when they buy it, and then it's prepared and so forth. Their energy costs are going up. Their input costs are going up across the board. And so the purpose of this bill is to help them and to also help the industry so that it thrives. And as I said, I've talked to many people in DC who had great businesses at one point in time in the restaurant businesses. Many of them risked everything, and they were operating under one assumption. And no one complained. There weren't waiters and waitresses complaining, saying that they wanted a $20 tipped wage. Not a single waiter in DC. It was basically instead the unions who wanted it. And they ended up, it's interesting. It's interesting.
If I may real quick, though, I'm not suggesting a number. I want to be really clear, right? I'm not telling you where we have to go. What I'm saying is that I don't know if I believe that the goal of your bill, which is because you have to wait till the end of the year to be able to claim these things. So I'm wondering if there is another approach that looks at helping raise that wage as in addition to other tax incentives. And I don't think that this alone is going to provide as much reprieve to those workers that, that I think that you are presenting it to be.
Yeah, so when you go home with cash from waiting tables, you go home immediately with that money, and that's fantastic. And you know, if this bill were to pass, that you don't have to pay taxes on it at the end of the year. So it helps you immediately.
Okay.
Immediately.
All right, thank you.
I just want to say also, for the record, I know plenty of people that own restaurants. They're my good friends. I know the owners of the Atlas Group that own Shop Tank. I know plenty of others as well. And they would all tell you that there's no more difficult business to run than a restaurant business, and they're not successful unless the waiters and waitresses are successful.
Okay, thank you. And seeing no more questions, that concludes the hearing on House Bill 1005. Thank you, Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, appreciate it.
House Bill 1153, Delegate Adams.
You got Economic Matters Committee here today, it seems like, or at least the Republicans.
You will find that this is a much kinder committee.
Oh. So on that note, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, for the record, Delegate Chris Adams, here to present House Bill 1153, which is titled Maryland Estate Tax Unified Credit. What's the bill do? The bill matches the Maryland estate tax exemption to the federal exemption. So it's a simple bill in its description. Look, I was surprised, and I'll just use the word shocked, when I saw the governor's budget this year and the cut to the state's exemption down to, it was either $2 or $3 million. And the reason why I say that is I'm a business owner. I've got a family business. We've got 26 employees. We talk with our colleagues in chambers of commerces. I talk to my CPA, and the committee should know that with that budget, whether or not it actually passes that way or not, businesses are making decisions right now in anticipation of this policy. So understand that the business owners, we can move to different states for the purpose of making sure that we keep the revenue, keep the ability to grow our businesses. These estate taxes are difficult at best because they are imposed when a family member dies. So many family businesses don't go through the estate planning process, and they'll find out much too late what the tax burden is. And that's why this bill's here. Let me just say that states in 2024, including Connecticut, Iowa, Massachusetts, Minnesota, New York even, Oregon, and Washington all had legislative action surrounding estate taxes. So in New York in 2024, they increased their exemption threshold by $360,000 from $6.58 million to $6.94 million. Maine increased its exemption threshold by $390,000 up to the $6.8 million. And then Connecticut did what my bill is asking Maryland to do, which is in 2024, they aligned their exemption to match the current federal exemption, which is $13.61 million. So when I hear the governor talk about, okay, we want to fix the inheritance tax, we want to lower the estate tax, there are many states that are doing the exact opposite. And you may ask the question, why? And I'll just simply say that these 12 states that still have the estate tax impose these, and they are burdens for generational wealth transfer, and they can and do reduce economic growth. These states, including ours, should be considering ways to phase out, to be honest with you, the estate tax and promote the stability of family businesses, reduce transaction costs, and prevent government overreach during what is a difficult time, certainly for our state and our budget. But think about the businesses in the same state that are seeing the same difficulties. So the bill, in what's happening right now, let me just make a point. We are, through SSTAT, getting assessments left and right. Most business owners are looking at these assessments. These aren't 1%, 2%, 3% increases in the value of our property and real estate. In some cases, these assessments are going up double. And it's happening very quickly. Now, there is a 3-year phase-in, I get it. But the point is, for businesses that maybe 3 or 4 years ago thought, well, my estate's going to be under $5 million, I don't have anything to worry about. Not only if this bill doesn't pass and we accept the governor's proposal to reduce it, we're going to have businesses that are not only going to find themselves in a tax burden situation, it could be the kind of tax burden that forces a family business to liquidate some or all of their assets to pay the taxes. On the Eastern Shore, I'm the chairman of the Eastern Shore delegation. Think about the family farms that we're talking about. Think about the small businesses throughout the state. This bill does what I think's important, relevant, and where other states are taking the action to move toward the federal limit, Maryland seems to be the only one, in my opinion, considering the governor's budget, where we're talking about going the other way around. So, Madam Chair, I'll just close my testimony by saying thank you for giving me a few moments to speak on this bill, and I'd love to see the bill pass, but you are the Committee of Jurisdiction on Tax Policy. I speak for myself, but also I think many business owners who are very concerned about what the governor's budget does on the subject, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on my bill, but to give you my 2 cents on the governor's budget at the same time. So thank you very much for the time today.
Thank you. Thank you for your perspective. Any other comments, questions? Okay, thank you very much, Delegate Adams. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1153. Delegate Howard, House Bill 1276.
For the record, Delegate Howard down from the Thunderdome. It's good to see you, Madam Chair. It's good to see you, colleagues. Delegate Howard, very pleased to present HB 1276. This is the income tax credit for long-term care premiums. This bill alters the existing one-time income tax credit for long-term care premiums. Under the bill, the credit may be claimed only with respect to policies purchased after December 31st, 2025. However, the credit may be claimed in any taxable year in which the policy is in force. The maximum value of the credit is reduced from $500 to $250. Additionally, the bill disallows the credit for long-term care premiums for an insurance contract covering an individual who is younger than 45. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm creating 2 buckets. So right now in Maryland law for long-term care insurance, there's a one-time $500 deductible for long-term care insurance. This would be an annual $250 deductible for long-term care insurance, but it would only apply to those that acquired that coverage after December 21st, 2025. When you look at, I'll just give you an example. There was a Baltimore Sun article And it says, let's see, according to a 2005 article in the Baltimore Sun entitled Maryland 2030 More Crowded Population Than Ever, it states the U.S. Census projections show the number of Marylanders 65 or older is expected to double by 2030 to about 1.2 million, or nearly 1 of every 5 residents. So, you know, and then you can go to World Population Review, and they talk a little bit about what the average earnings, and it also talks that roughly by 2030, they expect about 29% of Marylanders to be over the age of 65. We do not, as a state, have the facilities to, you know, house people and provide the wraparound services that they may need for some of these people that are getting on in years. We're seeing a large sort of, I don't want to say silver tsunami, but, you know, my mom is part of one of those folks that's getting on in age. She wants to age in her home, and that's exactly what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do it, you know, from a fiscal responsible approach. I've introduced this legislation several years before, and because it is an important issue, and I know that it has affected people in this very House of Delegates negatively, and that's why I'm reintroducing the bill. And again, it creates 2 buckets. So if you were covered and you took advantage of the $500 tax credit prior to 2025, you're already covered under the old bucket. If you're over the age of 45 and you start to you know, pick up this insurance after 2025, you would get the annual $250 a year credit for purchasing the insurance. And quite frankly, like I said, the reason is because, you know, people are getting on in years, and I want them to be able to age in their home. It's critical that they be able to age in their home, and I think this is a smart way for Maryland to sort of tackle the upcoming challenge and get ahead of it. So, and with that, I'd love to take any questions.
Okay. Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the interesting things about this, the fiscal note, you know, we see a lot of tax credit bills, and they say they're going to cost us money, Yours actually, because I think the very intelligent way you crafted it, reducing the value of the benefit, but being allowed it to be claimed in a broader way, a longer way. You actually have the net effect, at least for the next few years, of being revenue positive.
1.9 million.
Right. So if we pass this tax credit, that would help people sort of over the long term say, hey, I'm getting a beneficial service, can stay in my home, can secure this long-term care insurance, might save me money over, you know, 8, 10, 15, 20-year period of the premiums.
100%. Yeah.
But it actually is a revenue generator in the short term. And even at the out year, it's only about $500,000 a year in projected cost 4 or 5 years down the road.
Yes, and we get to keep. I mean, even if you go with this World Population Review numbers at 30, call it 30%, right, of 6.2 million Marylanders, we get to keep, you know, 1.2, 1.8 million Marylanders essentially in their homes, and not, you know, not in facilities.
That's interesting. I hope we're able to do this because it really does have strangely enough, a positive fiscal note impact in the short term and not much of a detrimental one long term. Just helps people. So thank you.
And let me just say, it's kind of to the, it's not kind of, it's to this committee's credit, you know, in conversations with members of this committee in the past. That's the origin of those amendments, and I think they're excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Interesting bill. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Of course.
I think it's kind of alarming that at 45, which some of us might be past, you're supposed to be taking a look at long-term.
Well, that's when it's cheaper. You know, when you get into 60 and 65, those rates are just incredible. So it'll do a couple of things. It'll hopefully help spur people go get this insurance while it's cheaper before it's too late.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1276. Delegate Hartman. House Bill 1101.
So let me help set the mood here. So sitting next to me, we'll envision like the Maryland Chamber, all these other chambers, business people here in support of this legislation, okay? So in all seriousness, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Wayne Hartman, here to present House Bill 1101, the Economic Competitiveness Act of 2025. Had a bill last year, it had a similar title. It was the Economic Competitiveness Act of 2024. Thank you. Again, in seriousness, the purpose of the legislation is to decrease the state's corporate income tax rate from 8.25 to 6.25% over the next 5 taxable years. Implementing this legislation will make our state much more competitive when attracting and retaining businesses, especially when compared to our neighboring states. So Maryland is currently tied as having the 9th highest corporate income tax rate in the country, higher than our neighbors in Virginia at 6%, West Virginia at 6.5%, and as of this year, it's higher than Pennsylvania at 7.99. But by 2031, the state of Pennsylvania will have the corporate income tax rate down to 4.99 because of aggressive steps they have taken to stimulate their economy. Maryland must become more regionally competitive to ensure that we attract new businesses and strengthen the ones that already call Maryland home. Unfortunately, Maryland is not known for having a business-friendly climate. According to the American Legislative Exchange Council, Maryland is currently ranked 43rd in the Economic Outlook and 45th for economic performance across the United States. Additionally, the Tax Foundation has ranked Maryland 46th in the nation for overall state tax competitiveness, remaining unchanged since 2022. If Maryland becomes more economically competitive and business-friendly, we will inevitably increase our business tax base, stimulate job growth, and promote innovation. In 2016, the bipartisan Maryland Economic Development and Business Climate Commission, also known as the Augustine Commission, they were tasked with examining Maryland's economic development structure, incentive programs, and making recommendations to keep our state economically competitive. One of the commission's top recommendations was to reduce Maryland's corporate income tax rate. Unfortunately, almost 10 years later, we have had 0 reductions in the corporate tax rate. According to the Maryland Chamber of Commerce, Maryland slid from 22nd to 31 when ranking states for doing business, 47th in fiscal policy freedom, and is now the 3rd most expensive state to conduct business in the United States. It is my opinion that the fiscal note for this legislation is, again, quite one-sided. It does not acknowledge opportunities for business growth and increased revenue. The fiscal note shows the potential reductions in revenue from corporate income tax, but it fails to recognize the revenues that we will gain from job creation and reinvestment in business and technology. When businesses have additional resources to thrive, so do their employees, and in turn, so does our economy. It has a compounding benefit. The legislation will make Maryland more economically competitive and positively impact overall business climate in our state. Maryland is currently facing one of the largest budget gaps that we have seen in nearly 20 years. Also, with the pending loss of federal jobs, we need to act now in passing critical legislation, as we will need to rely on the private sector now more than ever. Our committee is constantly hearing legislation to increase taxes, which only lessens the appeal of Maryland and creates unpredictability when new businesses are deciding on which state to incorporate in. On top of unattractive tax policies, business also take into consideration the variable energy policies and our ever-increasing utility prices. We would even reduce our corporate income tax rate by 1% per year. It would send a message to the business community that we are heading in the right direction. It's time that we, focus on strengthening our private sector and show the rest of the nation that Maryland is truly open for business. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I respectfully ask for a favorable report on the legislation.
Thank you. Delegate Buckle.
So Virginia's tax rate's lower than ours, right? Corporate tax rate. And yet Virginia has a multi-billion-dollar budget surplus.
Correct.
With our high corporate tax rate, we still have a multi-billion-dollar budget deficit.
Absolutely.
And Virginia's economy has grown substantially by any metric over the last 10 to 15 years. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And yet our economy has been stagnant at best over the last 10 to 15 years.
The economy's been stagnant, and our ranking and performance as a state in the country has slid.
Yeah.
And if you look at a lot of those parameters, it's a 10-year window that they're looking at. So if you look at our trajectory downward has increased more in the last couple of years. So I would think our rankings are going to slip pretty heavily as we see those numbers come out each year.
I mean, tax changes don't happen overnight. I mean, if a tax change is implemented in year one, it doesn't produce necessarily those long-term econometric effects in year two. It takes a certain number of years for those policies to build into a sort of a launchway. Is that fair to say?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is about opening the conversation. That's why I said even if we set a policy where we'd reduce the tax rate 0.25% a year over so many years, we need to start, as you said, it takes time. So we need to start showing our business community that we're heading in the right direction, that we're serious about this. And
Are you familiar with Governor Moore's proposal? He has a proposal to reduce the corporate tax rate. He seems to recognize that it's too high as well. But my recollection, I could be wrong about this, he won't kick that in until 2028. And it's about a 1/4 point cut. Is it like 8.25 to 8 or 7.99?
correct. What he would do, his tax rate would take us to where Pennsylvania is this year. And as you said correctly, it's a few years out. But that's also coupled with some other legislation that would be pretty damning to being in business in Maryland.
Thank you.
Thanks for the questions.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you, Delegate Hartman.
Thank you.
That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1101. Did Delegate Phillips step out? Delegate Phillips. House Bill 601. And you have one witness if you would like to bring them up.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair. I don't think I've been before Ways and Means in my 2 years. This is my first. So for the record, I'm N. Scott Phillips, representing the 10th Legislative District. And we're here today to talk about what I would consider a technical change to a program that's been existing in Maryland for over 20 years. I was first introduced to the Maryland Small Business Development Finance Authority as a young lawyer. And it was, I believe, 1994. And there was a transaction as a private attorney that I was asked to participate in that would leverage state funds and kind of offshoot an entity which now is known as the Meridian Management Group. So that group could leverage funds and put them into the hands of small businesses around the state of Maryland. Well, that fund has been doing that work since I met them and even before, and millions of dollars have been invested or loaned or guarantees, bonds have been issued through the Meridian Management Group and Ms. Bitfa, as it is now known. There was a unique program similar to the SBA's loan guarantee program, which Ms. Bitfa allowed MMG to do. But there was a slight problem. And the problem is that the banks look at MMG as a separate business entity, and they look at their balance sheet. And so if I'm doing loan guarantees, the banks have said, you have to have all of the money in your accounts in order to guarantee a loan. Unlike the SBA, which is based on the good faith and credit of the United States Treasury. So what this bill seeks to do, very simply, is to say we would use the good faith and credit of the state of Maryland so that they can actually leverage this loan guarantee fund, and the banks here in the state of Maryland will take advantage of it, lend money to those small businesses that need it, and really expand the program so it can be more effective. So that's simply what this bill does. I do want to acknowledge, I didn't know he was coming in, but truly an icon in the world of business who actually started all of this, is Mr. Stanley Tucker, who joined us today. So I want to acknowledge Mr. Tucker. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to our witness. Don't touch it, don't touch it. No, it's good.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, hello. Committee members, we appreciate you giving us the opportunity. My name is Tim Smoot. I am Stanley Tucker's partner for 40 years or so. We manage the Maryland Small Business Development Financing Authority under a contract with the Maryland Department of Commerce. Our job is to publicize the program, let businesses all across the state know the programs exist and what type of financing we can provide. We typically provide financing to companies who can't qualify for bank financing. We also provide surety bonding to companies that can't access surety bonds in the commercial market. So the state has been the backup for these financial institutions for 4 decades or more. Yeah, our job is to handle the entire process with the exception of signing documents for the Department of Commerce. I want to emphasize that HB 601 is long overdue. The guarantee fund has been used only sparingly over the course of the past decade. The banking world has changed significantly over that time, and it's about time that the state changes its strategy in helping the banks help our small businesses. One of the things that Delegate Phillips did mention we're taking a look at getting the state to back the guarantees by the full faith and credit of the state, but it is also a part of the legislation to put funds into a bank where that's making a loan, and we could the bank would use that as their collateral, and they're comfortable with that as well. So there is an alternative way of guaranteeing these loans. If I can just take a minute to put things in perspective, banks require guarantees generally when the credit of the business or the entrepreneurs does not meet their threshold of 675. If they're not profitable, but there is potential for profit in the near future, if there's not sufficient collateral to cover the loan, and when the bank is not comfortable lending the amount of money that the company is requesting. Ms. Biffa can guarantee up to 80% of the financing, but it's a deficiency loan or a deficiency guarantee. That means, quite frankly, when the loan amount decreases, the amount of the guarantee increases as well. So leave it at that, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Delegate Phillips. Thank you, Mr. Smoot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And is Delegate Rose here? Oh, there you are. This is why I now have started calling everyone's name, because sometimes I could be looking right at you.
It's okay.
House Bill 1321 and former Ways and Means member, Delegate Rose.
Thank you very much. It's great to be back to the wonderful Ways and Means Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present House Bill 1321. We've had this bill before, and this would allow small businesses of less than 50 to do a risk assessment of their cybersecurity measures within that business, and also of $1,000 for the initial assessment, and then an ongoing credit of $500 to maintain those systems and to assist a small business with those costs. As we all know, if you have a cybersecurity incident and you lose access to critical data for your business, it could be very crippling to a small business. And so I found that as I was reading the note, the fiscal note, so I think it came up before that there have been other measures for cybersecurity within the state of Maryland, but I found it interesting. It was a lot more expensive. It was up to $50,000, and it was found in 2023, a report that was done on the tax credit program, that it was very underutilized, and they've made recommendations to eliminate it. So my hope is that with this smaller bill, that we would be able to really give some assistance to small businesses so that they can protect themselves and be able to just have an ongoing conversation and more of an awareness for cybersecurity and the need for protections. I know that with a lot of companies, even it could be something as small as having just training your employees to go through an annual review of what don't you click on, what don't you open, what don't you just, to bring into the company. And so I'm certainly open. I know that our fiscal issues this year are very, very difficult. And if the committee is willing to have that discussion and move forward, I would certainly be open to reducing those amounts to at least get that started for the small business community. So I won't belabor reading my testimony. I know there was quite a bit that came in, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. You do have someone signed up in favor, Zachary Tomlin. Are you here?
I think he was told that it was sponsor only. He is here, but I don't think he's down here.
Okay.
So I apologize. He's a small business owner in Carroll County. He runs a very small IT company, and he employs a lot of our local kids from our Career and Tech Center. He promotes them, and he also hires entry-level folks, and cybersecurity is something that he's very focused on, and he serves on our tech council in Carroll County. And so if you take the time just to glance through his testimony, I think you'll find it very enlightening.
Okay, a couple of questions. We'll start with Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing the bill, Delegate. I was looking at Mr. Tomlin's question, and actually he kind of alludes to one of the questions that I had, is that wouldn't you say that this bill isn't just good for our businesses, but it's also good for our Maryland citizens? Because a lot of times when you have that data breach, we are the users of those small businesses, and it leaves our information vulnerable as well. And we've had everything from our hospital system with a ransomware attack just recently, all the way down to our hair salon. So it's not just the bigger ones, but the bigger corporate entities have a lot more resources, which is what Mr. Tomlin said as well. They have a lot, wouldn't you say they have a lot more resources to be able to deal with this, and our smaller businesses don't have as many resources that they can lean on to help with this. So would you say it's also good for the community as a whole then?
That's a great question, and I absolutely do think that. I know everything we do now is online. We do everything on these phones. Even as much as scheduling a hair appointment, everything's an app, everything is online, and then you've got your name, your address, all of your information. And, I would not say that necessarily a hair salon is very focused on cybersecurity, but it could certainly be an issue. And so I do really think that at least having something small, something to create awareness and to really assist a small business who might not want to spend that money initially, it can at least help them get that conversation started. And I think once they have the assessment and they learn from professionals such as Mr. Tomlin, they can work with a small business based on their budget. So if you have 20 employees, if you spend X amount, this will provide you at least a minimum of security and help. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Delegate Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Delegate Rose, thank you for the bill. It seems like you've been ahead of your time. I'm looking at the history of the bill, and it's just getting more and more right by the day. Have you heard of the Decade Act, is my question for you.
I can't say that I have.
So it's a new bill from the governor this year, speaks to exactly what you referenced as it pertains to the credit that exists now. Last year, I was in the same boat as you, trying to take that money and use it. But they are updating it. So I'm just putting it on your radar to go check it out and see what maybe, there's some overlap that could be positive.
That's a great point, and that's what I think maybe the fiscal note was alluding to, is that they've looked and done a report at how that program was utilized, and because of the fact that it was underutilized, I think is a huge concern. So I would hope that, working with this committee, however you want to move forward, I would hope that this small measure, and again, I'm open, I know nobody has any money, but if it could be a small measure to help our very smallest businesses, that would be a great start.
It's a concern and opportunity. It was $4 million and it was $400,000 being used. So you right on the mark. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Delegate Rose.
Thank you.
That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1321. Is Delegate Schindler here? Come on up. And you can bring whomever you like, but you have several people in favor: Claudia Wilson-Randall, Joseph Meyerhoff, Kevin Canali, and Chris Sheehan are all supportive.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and honorable members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today. For the record, I'm Delegate Matthew Schindler, and I'm here to testify on behalf of House Bill 942. House Bill 942 would enable county and municipal governments to establish a tax incremental financing district in a non-contiguous area. Tax incremental financing districts, better known as TIFs, are an economic development tool that's created when a development or redevelopment project is going to create additional tax revenues by increasing property value in a designated area. This jurisdiction can then issue bonds to pay for improvements for public infrastructure, such as roads, parking, and stormwater management. The issued bonds can then be repaid through the incremental increase in tax revenue that this will generate. TIFs are used all over the country and have been implemented in multiple projects across the state, such as the Mondawmin Mall, Frankfurt Estates in Baltimore City, Park Place in Annapolis, and the Route 36 Strip Mall in Frostburg. In these projects, TIF districts were limited to one specific geographical area for redevelopment. This bill, HB 942, would simply just allow jurisdictions to implement TIFs that may not be geographically contiguous, which can assist in various types of redevelopment efforts. Blight and economic depression are not limited to a single zip code, and neither should the economic tools needed to revitalize our communities. TIF districts are a direct way in which local jurisdictions can create public-private partnerships to increase property values, create jobs, and holistically rejuvenate a community. This change to allow TIF districts to be established in non-contiguous manner will enable local jurisdictions to have a greater ability to implement redevelopment projects and promote economic growth. I would also like to note there should be an amendment that all of you have received. There was simply some language in the bill that allowed the Community Development Administration to issue TIF bonds. The thought of this was to help smaller municipalities when they issue bonds. We have amended this to remove that language, and that should eliminate any fiscal note for this bill. So with that, I just wanted to ask very kindly for a favorable report on HB 942.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee, my name is Joe Meyerhoff, and I'm the founder of the Affordable Housing Alliance of Maryland. As we all know, there's an enormous issue of vacant and abandoned housing in Maryland, from the challenges of scattered site redevelopment and the negative effects of large demolition because of dislocation of residents. The most intractable problem is the enormous gap between the market value and costs of homes, with excess costs often of $50,000 or more. The concept to solve this is rather elegant. We would renovate vacant and abandoned housing that is paying little or no taxes. We would use the new tax revenue to pay for the excess costs of construction. The excess costs would be funded through the issuance of non-contiguous TIF bonds. Homes would be restricted to people making no more than 115% of adjusted median income. Further, NCTBs could contribute nearly 30% to the development cost of mixed-income rental apartments. When combined with 4% federal and state LIHTCs, NCTBs, non-contiguous TIF bonds, eliminate the need for substantial additional funding sources. NCTBs are a scalable, repeatable solution to the vacant housing crisis in Maryland. This is done at minimal cost to the state or the taxpayers. The state has an opportunity to sponsor the construction of tens of thousands of homes in the decades to come. Finally, NCTVs are a viable source for permanent workforce housing and mixed-income rental apartments that require little or no funding from the state. I ask for a favorable report on House Bill 942.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee for the opportunity to provide support for H. Bill 942. By way of background, my name is Christopher Sheehan. I'm a managing director with Mesro Financial, specializing in investment banking, specifically for tax increment financing. I have been involved in virtually every TIF transaction in recent years in the state, including Port Covington, Owings Mills, Sparrows Point, Suitland Naylor, Harbor Point, East Baltimore, amongst many others, and just came here to provide, my support for this particular bill. This bill simply is here to amend the statute to permit non-geographically contiguous TIF districts, as well as contiguous TIF district. It's just the simple addition of one word into the definition, into the state's enabling statute. And I think it is a powerful word that will give municipalities additional support and economic development tools to navigate some of the complexities going forward with respect to advancing projects within the state. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Kevin Canale here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in support of the bill. You have my written testimony. I know you're busy today. I'll just say that MACO supports this bill as a common sense update to current law. We can already do this with contiguous areas. We'd like to be able to do it in non-contiguous areas. That would give us the flexibility to make the investments in the places where it's going to matter most, especially in blighted areas. So we'd ask for a favorable report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I think there are quite a few questions for you, Delegate Schindler. Is this your first time in Ways and Means?
It is indeed.
Okay, now you may actually have some legit questions. So if you have a legit question, keep your light on. Delegate Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing this bill, and I've had some conversations on this bill during the interim. So first and foremost, Baltimore City is doing something like this right now, but it's my understanding it's based upon an opinion of the charter, and there could be some challenge to that. So this law would codify what Baltimore is doing and also make it enabling for the rest of the state. Is that correct? And
yeah, that's correct. Right now, Baltimore City has the scholars believe it has these powers already, and all we would be doing is expanding those powers across the state of Maryland.
Correct. And so this is obviously a tool to be, much more surgical with these tips, where you can go into even, I know you're talking about more commercial properties, but even on by block, you could pick off 2 or 3 properties that may be blighted among some other livable properties and redevelop entire blocks by choosing the 2 or 3 or 4 properties, and it could affect blight, not just in Baltimore City, but in Harford County and every part of the state. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, the Vice Chair? Oh, you don't have a question? Delegate Buckle.
I just wanted to ask logistically, it's a really good idea. How would it work? I've done some TIF stuff. Usually, there is a boundary defined district that the locality passes an ordinance and says, hey, this is the boundaries of the district that you can apply for. And it's designed to sort of help defray your infrastructure costs and sort of your development costs beyond what you're going to rent it for, use it for. If you have one that's non-contiguous, is it just the city, the county, whoever it is that sets up the TIF, they just have sort of a floating TIF, and every time you want to add a block or a property, you just add that into your TIF zone through a new amendment? I'm just asking the logistics of it.
That's a great question. The way it would work is that properties are added by address.
Right.
So that's the non-contiguous nature of it. So in answer to your question, Baltimore City laid a district over the entire city, but only included properties by address, because that's a problem we face in Maryland, is vacant and abandoned housing is not entire blocks. It's often 3 homes and then 2 homes on another block. So that's exactly how it would work.
Okay, and is the locality decided, hey, we did it, we set it up, and we wanted this block or this project, and then 2-3 years later, they came back and said, hey, we want to go over there. All they really have to do is just pass an ordinance, presumably, that says, let's include those properties in it, let's include those addresses in it?
That's correct. I think that's the intent. I mean, I think some of the details still need to be fleshed out, but I think at a high level, that would be the practical way of thinking about it.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate, okay, Delegate Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My initial question was around Baltimore City, which my colleague asked about. But I was curious, this might be for the gentleman on the far, my far right. So I represent Baltimore City, one of the delegates on the committee that does, and I was around for the Port Covington discussion. And I'm curious if you might be able to share a little bit more. So I know in that conversation, there was a lot of focus around not only it being one of the most historic TIFs, but also the bond process in terms of the market. So I'm wondering, how is this perhaps being used in Baltimore City, or how would it be used in terms of attracting private development? Is there a attraction for the use of the non-contiguous TIFs? I'm just curious, like, who would want to utilize this type of tax district in the way that it's outlined?
That's a great question. So just by way of distinction from Port Covington, in Port Covington, what they had there from a bond perspective was they had both increment as well as what's called the backup special tax. The backup special tax was designed to step in such that if there's insufficient increment, it would protect, most importantly, the city, who would, so as to not come out of pocket, and to ensure the developer was committed to advancing and developing the project on time and on schedule. So that was a, kind of a project-specific TIF, and that structure is very common in Maryland. You generally see those anytime there's a publicly offered bond. As a programmatic standpoint, usually there's a backup special tax. So in Howard County, the two TIFs there, downtown Columbia and Annapolis Junction, both had backup special taxes, both of which, one of which never was levied, the other one which worked as designed. And in fact, the county just refinanced those bonds for a very high credit rating and no more need for a backup special tax. I think in this instance, this, by expanding to non-contiguous, it will be a little bit more surgical, and we wouldn't be looking for a backup special property tax. Rather, this would be a form of incentive to incentivize developers and housing finance agencies and even community development authorities to, have this quiver in their toolbox as an incentive to attract development and investment in an area that's been underinvested and underserved.
Okay, thank you.
Could I add one last thing? There's a misnomer here. This TIF is specifically for workforce housing that is income restricted, and that's the nature of the bill.
Okay, Delegate Feldmark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was about to ask my question, and I'm just digesting that last comment. But I guess to my original question, the non-contiguous properties that we would be adding, and I appreciate the sort of distinction of this from sort of the large project TIFs, which are where my mind started, right? So we have non-contiguous properties, and you're saying it's only for affordable housing. So is the affordable housing itself the infrastructure, or are we talking about other infrastructure that's supporting that affordable housing?
The idea is that TIFs would be used to support workforce housing and also to pay for infrastructure needs. So for instance, the roads, the sidewalks around the properties, that's what it would also be used for with the other cash flow that's available.
Okay, and so if you have this sort of surgical approach to a couple properties, we leave a few properties out, we pick up one or two more, we leave some more out, that we could accomplish the same thing just drawing the contiguous district to include all of them. But I think, and this is what I want to understand, and I'm looking at Mr. Canale, does this allow the jurisdiction to retain the increment from those intervening properties?
I believe that is the case, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
The locality is responsible for tax collection, so, each county would be the ones responsible for collecting and then remitting the tax revenue either via appropriation or at its discretion.
But I guess my point is this is about, I think this is about letting the local jurisdiction retain the increment for its
Correct.
general fund from the intervening properties without having to commit it to the.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Plakovich-Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, Delegate Feldmark's questions answered some of my questions. So maybe I just have one. In the bill, it talks about the definition for a blighted area, and the gentleman who spoke first about affordable housing talked about abandoned properties. Is the intention under the bill that it would only be abandoned properties, or could there be properties that are still owned and used by the owner that could fall under this?
So you're getting into a policy issue that the state needs to discuss. The intent is that when this was introduced to the city, that's the same concept, is the concept there was that it would, because that's the Baltimore City Charter. So the Baltimore City Charter says only for vacant and abandoned properties. For instance, you could take a property that's vacant and is paying 20 cents a year in taxes per thousand, and whoever the administrator is of that county could say, I want that address incorporated into the non-contiguous TIF. So they would get the increment from that. It does not necessarily have to be vacant or abandoned. This goal is supposed to be residential for workforce housing that's income restricted.
Okay, thank you.
So if it's not simply just abandoned property, what type of notice has to be given to, if you're going to designate it in one of these non-contiguous areas and the property is not abandoned, has there been any thought, and if not, that's fine, type of notice that would have to be given to the owner or the occupant of the property?
So the goal here is for the state to sponsor development throughout the state with various counties and cities. And the concept is it would be up to the housing authority or the county or the city to designate which properties can be included. So they either have title to them or can take title to them, or there's a mechanism by which they can be taken in and used as part of the NCT process, like a land trust, for instance. But the NCTB can pay for the acquisition of the property as well.
Delegate Feldmark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for a second bite at the apple here. I want to clarify, so this is intended for workforce housing that's income restricted?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it say that somewhere in the bill?
I don't believe so. The bill was just to add the words non-contiguous. What I'm doing, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so I guess my question is, if that is the purpose of the bill, is there any objection to making that explicit and in fact limiting?
No, I would consider that a friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Delegate Griffith.
Thank you. Just one more clarification question. This isn't typically used to seize a property, right? This is an abandoned, a vacant property. Somebody who property may qualify for this who's looking to sell it, and then you could buy that property using this TIF and then redevelop it, correct?
Correct.
So this isn't used to seize property, right?
It is
or
not.
kick people out of their homes.
It is
I just want to
not.
make sure to make that distinction.
It is not.
Thank you.
Okay. We can discuss this offline, but I think I'm a little still confused about what happens if somebody is physically in the property. If somebody's still physically in the property, I think I still have some questions, but we can discuss that offline.
Okay.
But I do still have some questions about that. So seeing no other questions, thank you Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the hearing on House Bill 942. Delegate Chi, House Bill 97. And we have with us, this is a joint bill with ENT, and Delegate Foley is here. And we may have Delegates Allen and Baker joining us at some point. Everyone is running around testifying on their own bills.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. Special shout out to my district colleague, Delegate Linda Foley. For the record, I'm Delegate Lily Chi, here to present HB 97, Economic Development County and Municipal Corporation Economic Development Authority, Powers and Use of Proceeds. Actually, the previous bill complements this bill very well. I'm glad we had a robust discussion just now. So as we confront the worst budget challenges in our recent memory, we cannot agree on one thing, which is the urgent need to grow and diversify Maryland's economy. This is why I'm so proud to present HB 97, which gives our local community, counties, and municipalities much-needed economic development tools for community redevelopment and growing their commercial tax base. HB 97 does two things. First, it updates the statute and expands the role of local development authorities to engage in a wider range of activities to facilitate economic development, like owning properties and entering into partnership for development, investing in infrastructure improvements, and issuing bonds. Second, it broadens the allowable uses of bond proceeds like tax increment financing, which you just had a great discussion about, which is becoming more popular as a gap financing tool due to the rising costs of capital and the supply chain issues that affect the cost of development and construction. This legislation will enable much-needed community development that would not have otherwise happened. To be clear, this bill is simply authorizing. It does not take away any local authorities of counties and municipalities because these development authorities have to be approved by their local governments. TIFs are nothing new. It has been adopted by just about every state, including Maryland, where it has been used, as you just heard, to great use to finance projects, including, for example, the University of Maryland's Biopark in West Baltimore. And several jurisdictions across our state have already have TIF districts, such as Anne Arundel, Frederick, Prince George's County, as well as, of course, you just heard Baltimore City. So this bill simply expands its authorities and uses as the existing scope of the statute is inadequate in meeting the needs of our community development in housing, infrastructure, and placemaking. As we know, many communities across our state are struggling with underinvested and underdeveloped neighborhoods and parcels. Projects are becoming more complex and expensive. Rather than leaving it to the will of private investors and developers, local governments can be more proactive and intentional through these economic development tools. I want to point out this bill has very strong support from MACO, MML, our own State Department of Commerce, and DHCD. And if you take a look at a long list of favorables and testimonies, they also include rural as well as urban counties from Montgomery to Frederick to Charles to Queen Anne's to Kent. And there is no opposition. Better yet, there's no material effect on state local government financial operations. So this is a win-win-win for our state, our local communities, and our economy. I really sincerely hope this committee will move forward on this bipartisan bill. This is a much-needed tool for our communities, and the time to act is now. So thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to Laura Fritz.
Thank you, Delegate Chi. Madam Chair and esteemed members of the Ways and Means Committee, my name is Laura Fritz, and I serve as the Director of the Frederick County Division of Economic Opportunity. My role is to enhance the commercial tax base and ensure good jobs for our residents. On behalf of County Executive Fitzwater, I'm pleased to be here to support HB 97. The county has revitalization plans underway, notably our South Corridors plan. As the local economic driver for the county, we lack the tools needed to encourage implementation of this community-led plan. In my research, I found Maryland counties have limited tools to address complex economic development needs, such as redevelopment. This bill merely modifies the existing enabling IDA code to expand the uses of incremental funds, allowing counties like Frederick to partner with the private sector for important initiatives outlined in our plans, such as affordable housing, infrastructure, and public facilities. By investing in these quasi-governmental entities, counties across Maryland will have the ability to generate new property tax income faster while maintaining general fund bond capacity. Over my career, I've witnessed how this tool has been used in other states to enhance competitiveness for jobs and investment while achieving community-led goals. In conclusion, I request the the Ways and Means Committee give HB 097 a favorable report. With this expanded tool, local governments can revitalize our communities, foster economic growth, and ensure a prosperous future for Maryland. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Reuben Collins. I'm President of the Board of County Commissioners for Charles County. This bill is a necessary modernization of Maryland's economic development framework. It allows jurisdictions throughout the state, like Charles County, to take a more strategic and flexible approach to redevelopment and revitalization. Why the bill matters? It helps to modernize economic development tools. The existing industrial development authorities, or IDAs, are outdated in their function and scope. This bill provides counties and municipalities with the ability to rename and restructure IDAs into redevelopment authorities or another suitable name. It also allows for the expansion of the use of funds to support infrastructure, housing, and place-based economic investments. It unlocks the potential of tax incremental financing, or TIFs. This bill enhances how local governments utilize and reinvest tax increment revenues. It also creates and it provides local authority and oversight. And so what that means is local governments will remain in control of their economic development strategies under this bill. For Charles County, we recognize the urgent need to reinvest in our communities, attract private sector investment, and support sustainable economic growth. The bill equips us with the tools to create stronger public-private partnerships, revitalize distressed areas, and enhance the quality of life for our residents. So we are seeking a favorable report at this time, and thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Jennifer Vey. I'm the Executive Vice President and Chief Strategy Officer at the Greater Baltimore Committee. On behalf of GBC, I'm here to ask you to support HB 97. As the leading voice for the private sector in the Baltimore region, we work actively with our private and our public sector partners to help grow a dynamic and inclusive regional economy. And redevelopment authorities, as you've heard here today, can, and in many markets around the country actually do, play a vital role in the kind of growth that GBC is trying to support through our work. And what RDAs essentially do is help public sector make those kind of strategic investments in the development of land and infrastructure that helps them facilitate complex and what have become increasingly expensive projects. You've heard all the benefits from others on the panel, so I won't go through all of these just in the interest of time, but I do want to just add that we are, as you've heard from throughout this hearing, actually, from several others through other bills that were introduced, this is a time of really stagnant growth in the state of Maryland. And because of that stagnant growth, we really need to ensure that we're providing localities with all of the tools that they need to invest in development, diversify their economies, and ultimately to create jobs. And so really for all these reasons, we ask you to issue a favorable report on this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Delegate Fair?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panel. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill forward, and really this a complex question. I'm just going to ask the question and leave it to you all to decide which one of you want to respond, because it seems a little complex, and so I'm sure each of you have a specialty area about discussing this. I guess my first question, so we've been talking a lot about this bill over the last couple of years. It's been introduced, and we've had a lot of conversations around it. There's a little confusion around whether or not the counties can already do everything that this bill prescribes. Is it untrue that the counties cannot create these zones, these economic opportunity zones, and build out these kind of redistricting or restructuring, I'm sorry, not redistricting, restructuring and revitalization zones?
Thank you for the question, Delegate. In terms of clarifying what this bill actually does, it expands the scope. You're right.
Can we get her mic on? Can we get
Oh, sorry. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Wonderful.
Thank you.
You are right to a point in that currently counties and municipalities already have the authority under Maryland codes to have industrial development authorities and to do certain things, like hold these properties, conduct the surveys, do some minimal improvements to certain project areas, and also to issue tax increment financing. But they are very limited in scope in their authorities. It just impedes our economic growth and the ability to enter into project-defined area TIF financing to capitalize on the opportunities. So this bill essentially expands the scope not only of the development authority itself and what it can do, but also in what they can use the TIF financing for, okay, to support these development projects.
Sure.
Okay.
Actually, first, Ms. Fritz, you were the one that actually mentioned a project, and so can you explain how the Southern Regional Corridor of Frederick County would be impacted differently than any tool that we currently have in the toolbox, how this would actually expand that opportunity?
Absolutely. Thank you, Delegate Fair, for the question. Currently, you're right, we could create a tax increment district, and as you heard from the previous panel, that tax increment district could be backed by a special assessment area, and the bonds would be issued and backed by the full faith and credit of the county. By creating a separate quasi-governmental entity, like an industrial development authority, you are putting that bond capacity at the agency level and not at the county level. So how that supports us is, one, you're not taking away from the county's bonding capacity, you're shifting it to a quasi-governmental entity. Those bonds are backed by the revenues of that tax increment district. So from the South Corridor's plan, what we would like to use those funds for are things like affordable housing, significant infrastructure needs that are very costly, and we don't want to put that on ratepayers or on residential taxpayers. We want to shift that over to the incremental growth that would be created off of these districts to reinvest it back into the area.
So with the TIFs going in place and a quasi-governmental organization overseeing them, who is or what governmental agency would oversee that work that they're doing?
So the local county or municipality would still have the ultimate approval and authority.
And is that through their executive branch or through their county council,
for example?
The county council?
Whatever their local codes are, that would give them the ultimate approval for any zoning development.
And would it be worked out to be like a financial component in the budget during the budget negotiation?
Yeah,
the county
usually
council
they
would be able
will-
to weigh in how much we would be willing to participate in this.
Usually the entity would enter into some kind of a development agreement with the private investor, so there's very clear understanding of who is responsible for it.
Sure. All right. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Chief, for bringing this bill. So my question is, given this expanded authority, how would that integrate and mesh with the authority of, for example, the planning board, which, as you know, Delegate Chi, in Montgomery County, we have a bi-county planning board that really does set all the, the different parameters for development in our county. And I just wonder how it would integrate with the planning board and what the planning board's role would be.
Yeah, thank you for the question. The planning board is the visionary organization that scopes out how the county should grow, right? In this case, Prince George's and Montgomery in our case. But it does not execute the actual projects. Somebody has to actually execute that vision with public input, with the authorization of local county government. And in Montgomery County, for example, we already have a revenue authority, but the revenue authority has never got involved in tax increment financing because the county itself, county leadership does not believe we need to use TIF as a tool to do that. So, but it's up to every county to decide. We are simply authorizing counties if they believe this is to their benefit to do it. We're not mandating anyone to do anything. We're just saying, if you so choose, here is what you're authorized to do, to enter into development projects if it benefits your community. So the current county revenue authority, which, as you and I know, representing District 15, Poolesville, got into a beautiful project, right, that developed the crossbines,
Right.
a beautiful project. There's a public-private partnership, right? It could have used the tax increment financing if it wanted to. It didn't, right? It used the other tools. But if it so chooses, this is one important tool for it to use. Just to be clear, planning does not do development. Planning is a visionary organization.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, I think what's significant to evaluating this overall is the ability that this provides to the smaller jurisdictions in the state of Maryland. It does provide more options. Charles County became interested in this a couple of years ago because we were proposing the establishment of a revenue authority. With this bill, it provides many of the tools and resources that are available to a revenue authority, but it somewhat expands the scope of the actual work of a revenue authority. And so I think, just from my perspective, what it provides is more flexibility for the smaller jurisdictions to make more detailed decisions on future growth and development.
And if I may, Madam Chair, one more question. So is there, so would these, given the expanded authority of these redevelopment authorities, would, how long would they have, would one of these entities have jurisdiction over a particular geographic area or project? Would that, would the local governing board limit the time that they would, I mean, would it be in perpetuity? I mean, how long would they have authority over it? Because they have the right to improve streets, and it sounds like they're going to have, a long-term commitment to improving this property and improving this area.
I'll just start, and I'll let my panel jump in on that. It varies widely. It could be years or decades, depending on the project's nature.
And I think it's important to note that a plan has to be put together. So a county council has to approve the creation of the Industrial Development Authority or the redevelopment agency. It has to approve a project area plan and how the funds get expended before you can start collecting increments. So there is a whole process that has to take place before you would even begin to expend.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Delegate Chi. Thank you to the members of E&T who joined us today. And that concludes the hearing on House Bill 97. Delegate Vogel, House Bill 799, and you have Ajay Jha, Guy Amasu, Ali Dalia, and Troy Lamel Stovall can all come on up.
Come on up, everyone. Mr. President. How are you? Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members, I am missing my co-sponsor, Delegate Jason Buckle. but I know he is. So,
I'm so sorry.
before you today, for the record, this is Delegate Joe Vogel. Before you today is House Bill 799. So many of you probably recall the fantastic briefings that we have at the beginning of the legislative session, including the one with our friends at TEDCO. And as we were going through that briefing, it came to my attention the Maryland Innovation Initiative that is working with Bowie State and Frostburg State, bringing investment in technology entrepreneurism to universities and communities that don't often get those levels of investment. And the idea here being that we are competitive as a state when it comes to our entrepreneurism. But that the next big idea for a startup or technology innovation, I believe, can come from any part of the state. And this program acknowledges that and invests in that. So this extends the pilot program working with Frostburg and Bowie State so that these universities, these institutions can continue to play a leading role in the entrepreneurism that makes our state so great, and so that their communities and their students and the entire state can benefit as a result. So with that, I urge a favorable report, and we'll turn it over to this fantastic panel for more.
Okay. Good afternoon. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of HB 799 as amended. I am Al D'Elia. I'm interim president of Frostburg State University, and I want to thank Delegate Vogel and Delegate Buckle for sponsoring this important legislation that will benefit FSU and, more importantly, will benefit the region served by the university. FSU plays a critical role in driving economic development in Appalachian, Maryland. Key to these efforts has been the availability of Maryland Innovation Initiative funds. MII funds have enabled FSU to execute high-impact programs that directly benefit students, faculty, staff, and the broader community. MII funding has supported the Bobcat Innovation Launchpad competitions, the FSU Intellectual Property Disclosure Validation Tech Transfer and Commercialization Program, and work to establish the Regional Cybersecurity Operations Center in Western Maryland. The committee is, I believe, going to hear testimony virtually from one of our faculty members and perhaps one of our students who participated in the Bobcat Innovation Launchpad. But in addition, MII funds have allowed FSU to work with Deloitte to develop a comprehensive plan to establish an affordable 24/7, 365 Regional Cybersecurity Operations Center, an RSOC, to protect IT systems in vital public institutions and small businesses in Western Maryland from cybercrime and data breaches. Importantly, the RSOC would also play a vital role in preparing FSU students and graduates as a cybersecurity workforce for the region and beyond. Finally, with MII funds, FSU is developing a thriving entrepreneurial hub that supports the commercialization of new technologies and strengthens the regional economy. Without MII funds, Frostburg State University could not afford to make this kind of investment to the detriment of our university and, more importantly, to the detriment of our region. Madam Chair, thank you once again for the opportunity to speak to the committee. I'm happy to address any questions.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Vice Chair and members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Dr. Gail Yamusu. I serve as the Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs at Bowie State University. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 799, extending the Maryland Innovation Initiative University Partnership, which expires in 2024. I would like to thank Delegate Vogel and Buckle for sponsoring this legislation. At Bowie State University, President Bro is committed to fostering the entrepreneurial mindset in all our students and building on a vision to have Bowie State designated as a research too intensive institution. Now more than ever, it is critical for the state legislature to support research opportunity at the state institution, especially our HBCUs, to ensure that institutions like BSU continue to contribute to the innovation ecosystem. The MI pilot program enabled technology validation which supports researchers in turning scientific knowledge into intellectual property through traditional research. Going forward, we will focus on advancing intellectual property technology and aiming to launch marketplace ventures via Bowie State University Technology Transfer Platform by 2028. In conclusion, House Bill 799 will strengthen students and faculty success by leveraging our robust research infrastructure and support collaboration between eligible university and industry partner. I urge a favorable vote on the proposed amendment adding fiscal year 2026 and the bill to the bill, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Cha. I'm a Tech Transfer and Innovation Officer. And so good afternoon, ma'am and Vice Chairman. And this bill, which we came here to speak, this is a tech transfer and innovation which is done in Bowie State University and Frostburg. We are a collaborative partner, and we are in a second stage of innovation where we are looking further support to help out our tech validation, but also to making sure that we have an intellectual property asset, which can then finally build as a venture and venture to market. So this is a 3 phases, and that's why every phases is required in financial year to support. And so that will build a better innovation ecosystem to support our faculty, student, as well as the staff, and help out the entire economy of Maryland. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Troy Lamel Stovall. I serve as the CEO of TEDCO. Thank you, Madam Chair. Always great to be here and to see all of you at Ways and Means. Thank you, Delegate Vogel. Delegate Buckle, thank you for your support of this and our friends at Bowie and at Frostburg. Look, the I in MII stands for innovation. And this should be about innovation and how we think differently about entrepreneurship. And when you started MII several years ago, it was just focused on our research institutions. But let me be clear, innovation and entrepreneurship can happen anywhere. It can happen at any of our institutions. It can happen at our community colleges. It can happen at our high schools. And so we have to begin to think differently about how we identify, support, and then invest in those entrepreneurial ideas. And so this is a bill that we think can begin that process and continue that process. And so we stand in favor of that. Hope for a favorable report, and I stand for any questions on it. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to our virtual witnesses. We have William Smith. Okay, Mr. Smith, you can go ahead for 2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dr. William E. Smith, a resident of Germantown, Maryland, and I represent Bowie State University as an associate professor of music technology and a recipient of the Maryland Innovation and Initiative Grant. And I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 799. And thanks to the MII grant, we successfully developed functional software within our research model. However, before it can be publicly deployed and commercially viable, we need a large data set to refine and enhance its capabilities. And additional funding would enable us to build this data set using the resources we have already secured, accelerating our path to commercialization. And initiatives like the Maryland Innovation Initiative are critical in advancing technological innovation, one of the most pressing priorities for both our state and the nation. And just to say, we are at a pivotal moment in the global race for AI and technology development. While the U.S. currently holds the lead, recent advancements like China's DeepSeek demonstrate how quickly that advantage can shrink. And large, as was stated before, large corporations alone cannot maintain our competitive advantage. Small businesses and research institutions play a vital role in driving AI and technology forward. With continued investment through programs like the MII, universities can be instrumental in ensuring the U.S. remains at the forefront of technological advancement. In conclusion, HB 799 represents a vital opportunity to drive our advancement. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I welcome any questions that you have.
Okay, and we have Michael Flynn, and then we'll do questions.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for listening to me. The Bobcat Innovation Launchpad is more than a competition. That's what I'm going to be speaking about. It's a launch pad for real-world problem solvers. It's where first-generation students, rural and urban innovators, and young entrepreneurs come together to tackle food security, rural revitalization, clean energy, and healthcare access, issues that matter to Marylanders. When we started the Launchpad a few years ago, we had just one company, Deloitte, and all the mentors came from that single organization. But something clicked for us during that competition. We took note of the diversity in the room, different majors, academic years, backgrounds, and experiences. And we realized that for innovation to thrive, our mentorship had to reflect that too. So last year, in the fall of 2024, we expanded our network, bringing in mentors and business leaders from multiple industries, 20 in all, 15 subject matter experts, and 5 different judges, to mirror how real-world solutions are built. Because no single company, no single industry, and no single perspective can solve big problems, civilization-changing problems alone. Over an intense 48 hours, our students worked side by side with industry experts and regional business owners, developing real solutions, making deep connections, and unlocking opportunities that extend far beyond this event. They don't just walk away with ideas, they leave with mentorship, funding, and tools to become creators and community leaders in Maryland. I had planned to turn this over to Courage Tecum, one of the winners from the first Innovation Launchpad. Unfortunately, he had to leave. I'll summarize very briefly. He said that that experience ignited his ambition to start his own business and motivate others. Thank you, and I welcome any questions you have.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions, we'll start with Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is kind of more for my friend from TEDCO may be able to answer this. So the MII pilot program that we had for a couple of years ended this past summer for these 2 universities. The MMI program, though, in general, continues to go on for what I would call sort of the larger universities, sort of the larger University of Maryland system campuses. How much money is funded in that program?
Again, thank you for your support for this. So a couple of things, if I may, to answer the question more broadly. So MII, yes, is $5 million. It's a $5 million program for the 5 research institutions, that being Hopkins, College Park, UMB, UMBC, and Morgan State. Right. We also have money, that's actually related to this for the BII program, the Baltimore Innovation Initiative. That's about a little over $1 million, again, that you guys are funding for the next couple of years, doing the same thing, looking at community colleges and all the public and privates in the Baltimore MSA. It's about 20 institutions that we'll be doing this with.
Right. So that's kind of my point. I mean, I think that, everyone's sensitive to fiscal notes in our current environment, but we're putting around $6 million, if you combine those 2 programs, into our large institutions and our Baltimore area institutions. These are 2, Prince George's County, a historically black college and university in Bowie State, and the only university really outside of the metro footprint other than UMES that is an HBCU as well on the Eastern Shore in Salisbury. Frostburg State's the only one sort of west in the state, west of basically Montgomery County, Prince George's County, Baltimore County. And so $500,000 would be less than 10% of those 2 programs combined together then, if they add up to about $6 million. I just wanted to sort of point that out. Yes, sir. And, if you couldn't do $500,000, do you think that the program could still be effective, at least to start it out, not to start it out because we've had the pilot, but to keep something going? Even if we did it at a lesser number, there might be some utility and value to it?
Oh, if a lesson on me, I think in the current MII budget, they don't have the capacity to take this on. So they would not, so they would need some funding in order to do this program. Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you.
Delegate Fair.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I thank my colleague next to me. He's helping answer a lot of questions as we're going through this bill. So, my concern really lies in there's this optional TEDCO program that was built, and it's like a pilot program. How much did TEDCO put into the initial pilot for the two universities to?
It was $1 million over those two, for each of those years.
500,000 each over 1 year or over multiple years?
Over 2 years. So each of them, it was $500,000 spent for two, so $1 million, if you will, over the 2 years between the two
So
institutions.
as most folks know, my good colleague Delegate Young is not here, that I'm big into tech innovation and talking about creating innovation. I guess my biggest concern is that we continue to draft these special unit areas, and we're not necessarily reaching out to all of the school systems throughout the state of Maryland to encourage a robust application process to see where are we finding the most innovative concepts for technology. And so I guess my question really is, like, if we look at this as now a mandated appropriation from the state of Maryland to these universities, is it reasonable to discuss how many schools or what schools are available to apply to this innovation grant?
No, it's a great question, and I think if I can be candid about it, look, the Baltimore Innovation Initiative and even this were both the BII and this were both pilots, and the whole point is to get to the point you're talking about is the real question was, how do we think of the MII model, and how do we learn from these pilots and what we're doing in Baltimore? How do we create, for this conversation called the MII version 2 or whatever you want to call it, that can take into account all those other institutions, because what we do at College Park and Hopkins is a little bit different than what we need to do for a Coppin or Frostburg or Hagerstown Community College. It's just going to be different. And we still haven't figured out what that it is. We just don't know yet what that it is yet. That's the truth. Yeah. And I think we're learning more for the BII, and we're going to learn more as we do this. So the answer to your question is yes, I think the conversation should be about a broader conversation about the evolution of MII. That's the answer to your question.
Okay, thank you so much.
And if I may, I think it's also important to acknowledge that opening that to all institutions with infrastructure that are very different does not provide opportunity for institutions like ours to compete fairly, knowing that we have talented students, we have talented faculty. So we want to create this, leverage this to ensure that we kind of level the playing field. Yeah. If we have to compete with institutions that are well-established, with tech transfer, resource centers, that does not afford our institution to compete and provide those opportunities to our students.
No, I appreciate that logic. And listen, I'll say that we're trying to make all of these projects work, and I think that you've done a great job of explaining there's a separate pot for these larger institutions, and that this pot should not touch those larger institutions. But I will say geographically, just to push back lightly on your thought there, as a representative of Frederick County, we have 3 higher education institutions in Frederick County, and they are blocked from the MII, they're blocked from the BII, and they're blocked from this. Yep. We have no access at all for 3 higher education institutions. Montgomery College is blocked from this. So it's something that we really should be talking more about how to make this things more equitable and spread out geographically.
Delegate, if I may, you're exactly right. Part of my growing up was actually in Montgomery County in the 1970s. If you take a look at what has happened to that area, including Prince George's and the surrounding counties, what it looks like today is extraordinarily different than what it looked like 50 years ago. That is largely because of the economic development that has occurred because of College Park. Yeah. And you can see that example repeated over and over again across the United States. What has not kept pace with that is economic development in more rural areas that are served not by Research One universities, but are typically served by comprehensive universities like Frostburg State University. So if we want to reverse the kind of decline that we have seen in rural areas of this state and across the country, we need to do something better and something different than we've done before. And that means that universities like ours, like Bowie State, like the ones in your district, need to have access to funding to allow them to help economic development in their regions.
I really appreciate it.
And Madam Chair, if I can add one more thing, Delegate. I don't think this is an or. I think there's an opportunity for an and here. I know we've reached out to MII about coming to visit. My office reached out about having them come to visit Montgomery College I think in a month or so to see the opportunities for collaboration there. I think the infrastructure is a little different and the needs might be a little bit different, but What I don't want is for this program to discontinue, right, which is what this bill is about, for this program to end now when it's having such a positive impact specifically on these two institutions.
And I truly believe we all agree that it's having such a great impact. And so thank you so much for the time and for the questions, Madam Chair.
Delegate Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you certainly Delegate Vogel for bringing this legislation to us. But I want to also thank Delegate Fair because you opened the door, and I'm going to step through and simply say it would be remiss in me to not mention College of Southern Maryland and our innovative technologies for Southern Maryland, the 3 campuses, Calvert, Charles, and St. Mary's. And so while I certainly support funding, I think in future plans, I hope, and that's, believe what I heard, that consideration will be given to community colleges because we're doing tremendous work in Southern Maryland, along with the base there and the United States Bomb Tech Association. They're doing a lot of research as well. So again, thank you for opening the door, Delegate Fair. I appreciate you.
So, Delegate Patterson, as you know, and I talk a lot about Southern Maryland, and my boss, my board chair at TEDCO works at the College of Southern Maryland, Ellen Flowers Fields, and so. Again, I'll repeat what I just said. Don't disagree. We need to have a more larger conversation about how do we tap into innovation and entrepreneurship. I'm going to be very purposeful. It's about innovation and entrepreneurship at all of our institutions of higher learning, community colleges, and I think at some point it's a high school conversation too. If you go look at deeper cultures and look at ecosystems that are very vibrant, like California, like Silicon Valley, the conversation isn't started at the colleges, it started at the high school level. And so, absolutely. And so, yes, I think it is it absolutely is an and conversation. And so I appreciate this conversation. I'm not walking away from it. And absolutely, I look forward to having that broader conversation.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you, Delegate Vogel. Thank you, panel. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 799. Delegate Wells, House Bill 648.
I don't know where, but it is.
Okay. All right, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and my esteemed colleagues of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Melissa Wells, here to present House Bill 648. House Bill 648 establishes the Business Resource Initiative for Development, Growth, and Empowerment, or BRIDGE program. And this program is for the purpose of providing grants to qualified incubators to establish diverse and effective business incubators in the state and across the state. The bill does include a competitive application process, award preferences, and limitations on the use of funds for operating expenses. A qualified incubator may receive a grant of $100,000 to $400,000. The bill does not mandate a level of funding for the program, but does specify that the governor may include in the annual budget bill an appropriation of $5 million to the Bridge Fund program for fiscal 2027 through 2032. We know that Maryland's incubators have been engines of job creation, growth, and revenue. And I see this bill as not only a measure to create jobs and create revenue, but also to spark creativity, help create more small businesses, and help serve our communities in need. And it is with this that I ask for a favorable report. I know with me, I have Colby Smith. If he's here, if there's any questions, he can also assist. He's right behind Ellie here. Yep.
Are there any questions? Okay, no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 648. House Bill 1047, Delegate Wu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can I bring my panelists?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the one. Good afternoon. Thank you. Chair Atterbury, Vice Chair Wickens, and members of Ways and Means Committee. I should say the best committee in the House, right? For the record, I'm Delegate Chao from District 9A. I'm here to present HB 1047, respectively requesting your favorable report. This bill is cross-filed in the Senate of the SB 325 by Senators Carroza, Rose-Pepe, Austin, and many others. The bill is part of a bipartisan support led by 2030 Maryland Apprenticeship Commission, where Delegate Eberso and I have been actively serving in the past 2 years. We're now in the final stage of completing the commission's report. This legislation provides a practical solution to Maryland's ongoing labor shortage, ensure we continue building a skilled workforce for the future. The bill extends the sunset date for the registered apprenticeship tax credit until June 30, 2031. Repeal the current 50% prevailing wage requirement to qualify for the state apprenticeship tax credit. Without this bill, the tax credit program will expire on June 30 this year. The prevailing wage requirement was added as an amendment to the Apprenticeship Startup Act of 2020. Prior to the requirement, 850 registered apprenticeship were supported by the tax credit. After the requirement, and then the number dropped just to 81, according to Maryland Department of Labor. Many small businesses, particularly those outside the construction industry, may go years without taking on the project where the prevailing wage applies, making it really difficult for them to utilize tax credit and support apprenticeship growth. HB 1047 is a simple but impactful bill that will help sustain and expand apprenticeship opportunity in Maryland. Governor Westmore has already allocated funding for the apprenticeship program in his own budget. This bill has received support from Department of Labor, the Chamber of Commerce, small business owners, and labor union. We have a strong panel here today to provide additional insight and answer any questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jacob Hsu. I am the chair of the Maryland's Apprenticeship 2030 Commission. I'm here today to urge your strong support for House Bill 1047, a bill that will expand access to registered apprenticeships in Maryland by enabling more employers, namely small businesses, to be able to access this very effective tax credit. This bill also extends the period of this tax credit by 6 years, creating more opportunity for our citizens and fueling our economy. Registered apprenticeships are a win-win. Apprentices earn while they learn, gaining valuable skills without the crushing weight of student debt. Employers, meanwhile, build a pipeline of highly skilled, loyal employees, directly accessing and addressing the skills gap that holds so many back. House Bill 1047 makes this proven model even stronger. It encourages more employers, especially small businesses, to participate through the smart, effective tax credits and incentives. It opens doors wider, welcoming apprentices from all backgrounds, including those with non-traditional experiences. And crucially, it strengthens youth apprenticeships, letting high school students get a head start on careers that create lifelong intergenerational impacts on communities. The impact of this bill will be profound. A skilled workforce attracts businesses and reduces unemployment. And by offering these opportunities to all Marylanders, we promote economic mobility, more equitable outcomes, and new pathways to work, wages, and wealth creation. House Bill 1047 is an investment in our future. It will ensure Maryland remains competitive while empowering our citizens to reach their full potential. I urge you to vote yes on this critical legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Brandon Butler, Pinnacle Strategies, on behalf of the Maryland Workforce Association. We are the 13 local workforce boards in the state of Maryland. You may know our members by other names: the Frederick County Workforce Services, the Tri-County Council of Southern Maryland, Employ Prince George's, or WorkSource Montgomery. We are in support of House Bill 1047 for a number of reasons. One, as the chairman had mentioned, this is about about connecting job seekers with opportunities in apprenticeship. And we know that businesses are looking for that next skilled employee, and the registered apprenticeship model can definitely do that. We are also engaged in career counseling at middle school, or for the middle school and high school levels right now through the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. And so workforce boards, what they are doing is having workforce professionals who are already skilled with adults in high schools, in middle schools, showing these students the world of work. And so registered apprenticeship is yet another opportunity that we can show that students have a pathway onto family sustaining wages. So this bill is one of those tools in the toolbox to build out apprenticeship opportunities, to connect the state's vision with the 2020-30 Commission's goal, with the Blueprint's goal, with incentivizing employers ever so much with this opportunity to invest in their employees. And for that, we ask for your favorable consideration of the bill.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to do the two virtual witnesses, and then we'll do questions. So Leslie Porter Cable.
Hi, my name is Leslie Porter Cabell. I am the Workforce Director.
Do you have a camera that you can turn on?
It says the host, okay, here we go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Leslie Porter Cabell. I am the Workforce Director for the Lower Shore Workforce Alliance, referred to as LISWA. As a Workforce Development Board representing Somerset, Waikemako, and Worcester counties, and the division of the Tri-County Council for the Lower Eastern Shore, a regional planning and economic development agency. I'm writing to express my strong support and oral support for the House Bill 1047 income tax credit for employers of eligible apprentices. LISWA is a workforce development board and represents one of the 13 workforce development boards in the state of Maryland, as Brandon Butler mentioned, comprising the Maryland Workforce Association. The workforce development boards, by design and by federal guidelines, are structured to support workforce development, training, and career ladder pathways for job seekers and employers. LISWA has partnered with Seaside Plumbing, which led to a state registered apprenticeship program. LISWA has also partnered with IEC Chesapeake to create a career track for students pursuing an electrical career by sponsoring a pre-apprenticeship cohort. This has been an extremely successful program for placing 85% of participants in good paying jobs. These are just two examples of adult and youth apprenticeship pathways. The state of Maryland has taken progressive steps to address and increase apprenticeship opportunities, aligning workforce development boards, CTE programs, community colleges, and state partners, conducted an intense review of the challenges and barriers to increasing apprenticeship opportunities through the 2030 Commission spearheaded by Senator Mary Beth Carrozza. It is evident to LISWA that House Bill 1047 will achieve the following: remove barriers by eliminating the wage requirement tied to the prevailing wage. This is especially important for the lower shore of Maryland, where 85% of our businesses are small businesses. The extension of the program duration through June 2031 will facilitate the increase in the capacity of apprenticeships and small businesses and small business programs. The Youth Apprenticeship Initiative will allow and promote career pathways for young adults and actualize growth in apprenticeship opportunities. I urge a favorable report for House Bill 1047 to facilitate sustainable growth and a positive impact for apprenticeship opportunities and economic growth of the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Lauren Martin virtually? Okay, Ms. Martin, whenever you're ready.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in strong support of HB 1047. My name is Lauren Martin. I'm the Vice President and co-owner of Seaside Plumbing. Over the last 22 years, we've grown from 1 employee to 75. In the trades, we don't hire skilled workers, we build them. Our state registered apprenticeship program has trained dozens of paid men and women with hands-on experience, classroom instruction, and mentorship. Right now, for every 3 tradespeople retiring, only 1 is entering the workforce. Without action, this growing gap puts our communities and our infrastructure at risk. We urge policymakers to remove barriers that hinder small businesses from training the next generation. A major obstacle we've faced is the prevailing wage requirement for tax credits. Starting in 2020, apprentices had to be paid at least $21 an hour, half of a $42 an hour prevailing wage to qualify for the tax credit. But here on the Eastern Shore, wages are typically lower. A $21 entry wage is not realistic for small businesses, training apprentices, or students with no experience, nor do the prevailing wage rates even apply to our business. Skilled trades businesses like ours run on very thin net profit margins, and we train essential workers for lifelong careers, reinvesting every dollar back into our apprentices and training our teams and for their futures. HB 1047 is crucial because number one, it removes this prevailing wage barrier, making vital tax credits accessible for businesses like us and helping companies like ours invest more in apprenticeships, and it supports the blueprint for Maryland's future. And number two, it shows that Maryland values the trades and apprenticeships, treating them as a respected career path and not a fallback. Apprenticeships change lives. They provide stable jobs, financial security, and a path out of poverty. I respectfully urge a favorable report on HB 1047. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And finally, Christopher McClarion. Go ahead for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here from the department to answer questions if they're ready from the
Yes. Okay.
panel.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we are
Thank you,
at the
ma'am.
question and answer. So we'll start with Delegate Ebersol.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you guys again. I was on the apprenticeship committee, and nice to see my friend at Seaside Plumbing. I think one of the things you're going to have to address here is union opposition to the getting rid of the prevailing wage part of this bill. Both the IBEW and the AFL-CIO have come out concerned about this. I think they expressed, there's no surprise because they expressed their concerns also in the commission. And so perhaps a little bit of talking about that and, explaining what maybe their opposition is and why you think, it's not important or important to not hold the 50%.
So we may ask Mr. McLaurin to respond to that. How about that?
Yes, Mr. Delegate, thank you. And Delegate Ebersol, thank you for the question as well. I'm happy to add some information. I believe there may be some confusion over what the prevailing wage rate means and how the tax credit may or may not impact the prevailing wage rate. This tax credit has no impact on the Division of Labor and Industries prevailing wage rates that are set or determined per occupation, per county. This bill only addresses, as we read it, the entry-level wage and percentage of an individual going into a trade or into an occupation that's tax credit eligible. So it will not change the prevailing wage rates whatsoever. It only allows you to come in at a 45% or 50% mark, which may not be at the prevailing wage level for the occupation. And I'm happy to elaborate on that. I hope that made sense the way I explained it. And thank you again.
Delegate, we believe that this just opens the pool of opportunity for the availability of the tax credit instead of just limiting it to prevailing wage jobs.
Okay, but in the bill, that's the part that's a piece that's taken out, the requirement of the 50% wage rate, right? So the statement that it's not going to affect it at all, it will, right? If we pass this bill, it will indeed allow for a lower than 50% prevailing wage.
Well, I believe what the bill does is it sets the applicability for the tax credit. So, for instance, Seaside Plumbing had referenced that they could simply just can't pay that rate as a small business. What we're seeing is that small businesses may end up going after this tax credit, and we can use that as an incentive. As workforce boards can go, look, we have this tax credit. If you want to build your apprenticeship, here's an opportunity to invest in your employees, cybersecurity computer services company in Western Maryland. Here you can create an apprenticeship that has all the benefits of apprenticeship, but in this instance, they would be blocked from utilizing the tax credit as it's currently drafted because they don't pay a prevailing wage rate.
Right. And just to clarify that, we didn't lower this percentage. We just said there's not going to be one. There's not going to be any prevailing wage requirement for them to access this tax break. Is that right? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Delegate Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This might be the most questions I have in committee ever, possibly, because this is a subject matter that I'm very close to. I have spent a lot of time working on this. Perhaps I would love to hear from my great friend, Chris McLarian. Can you also share with us what other incentives, what other tax credits and programs beyond this credit for employers, what are other funding mechanisms and pathways within DOL that employers are able to use that don't have a prevailing wage requirement attached to it?
Sure, and thank you, Delegate. It's great to see you again as well. I appreciate the question. As you know, or as the audience may know, grant programs, subsidies, and different incentives, they do come and go by availability. As we sit here today, the tax credit that is up for discussion, that will expire July the 1st of this calendar year. We've had several other funding incentives for employers and for apprenticeship programs and sponsors, most of which have recently come to an end as we've exhausted our federal funding from those grants. And they included incentive reimbursement funds, which would allow us to reimburse an employer for a portion of their related instruction or their educational cost. That grant was up to $2,500 per apprentice per employer. Previously, we've had similar grants with different acronyms or different names, but they essentially did the same thing. And up until the last couple of weeks, we also had a incumbent worker reimbursement program called Maryland Business Works, which would allow us to reimburse an eligible employer for the cost of the education, the related instruction of an apprentice for up to $4,500 per year. And it's a dollar for dollar match. So if the employer had paid $9,000, for example, we can reimburse 50% of that. We have exhausted this year's funding and aren't currently taking applications for that. But those are some examples of programs we've either had or had in the last few months.
And those programs, did they have a prevailing wage designation that, specifically in construction, that people were subject to?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So part of my concern, and I understand the question that my colleague Delegate Ebersol asked, but I think the challenge I'm having, and this is probably for further discussion offline, is that the purpose of apprenticeship is to train people for them to become skilled. But I also don't know if we should be lowering the wages that we should be paying workers while also giving out tax credits or expanding that access to the tax credit for employers. And I don't know if possibly the conversation that we could entertain as an amendment around maybe excluding the construction sector, because I know that there are broader conversations about other industries, and I know there is a big demand to bring in other non-traditional industries, but I don't know if the sponsor would be open to a conversation about amending out construction, because when we talk about that sector, we're talking about over a century, right, of standards. And so my concern is that we're changing a pretty well-established model for what I think is to support new growing industries, and I feel like we should perhaps have a separate discussion. So I'm just curious if the sponsor might entertain discussion of amendment around those purposes.
Sure, I think definitely, like both the wage requirement are different industry and probably different location, maybe a little different, right? So that one wage applied to the whole state probably need to be kind of changed.
I'm happy to discuss further. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Delegate Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Delegate and Delegate Wu, thank you for the bill. I'm looking at it, and I'm sorry I walked in late. I had to step out, but in coming back, I noticed what was just talked about, that this would eliminate 50% of the prevailing wage rate. My understanding of prevailing wage rates is the highest one in the state is like 54 bucks. So, under the current law, you had to be paying somebody on the highest rate $27 an hour. And as you get lower, obviously that goes lower. Our minimum wage is what, $15 an hour? So I guess my question is, what would y'all be trying to pay people? Or can you give me an example of, and maybe this was asked and answered, so I apologize if I'm repeating, but like, where would that play in, and why is it necessary? Because I just don't see where $25 an hour is a ton.
I think early Mr. Michael Claren has some answer on that. First is for certain industry, they're not able to take advantage of credit because they are not able to pay at that prevailing wage. That's the reason after discussion, they proposed to remove that requirement. Otherwise, they were not able to use it. For example, like construction industry, because they're trying to train people who have no skill at all to be in that industry. It's not they're really skilled worker. They're just fresh and new.
Right, so what I'm asking specifically is which trades are we referring to?
Like one example, construction.
All of them?
That's something I don't know. I know the construction industry, they're asking for that.
So Delegate, if I can jump in, I think the point is well taken to the delegate earlier about the vision of the state for many years has been about expanding apprenticeship opportunities in non-traditional fields. If construction is amended or treated differently, I think that might be one thing. But we're also talking about things like cybersecurity. We had several panels on in bills about that earlier, about cybersecurity workforce and the need for, there's over 40, I believe it's 40,000 jobs that are in the cybersecurity industry right now that can't be filled, that apprenticeships can be the opportunity there, where a wage, there are others, as Chris knows better than I do, but there are other opportunities such as youth apprenticeships, where youth apprenticeships, you have to pay at least minimum wage in order to, for middle school, high school, or for high school juniors, seniors who take advantage of that program. So I think it's a opportunity to, in one way, introduce both youth and adults into the world of work, and for some businesses that are going, yes, I really want to invest in an employee here. I really want to test this out. This is yet another incentive that if the requirement still is in the bill for that cybersecurity business that Delegate Rose had a bill in earlier about, if they where that's a 1, 2, maybe at the most apprentice, then that is something that the prevailing wage rate may prohibit that small business from paying, because they're not engaged in prevailing wage type jobs, unlike the construction industry.
All right, yeah, let's talk again. Thank you.
Okay,
thank you.
Madam Chair.
Delegate Feldmar.
I guess I'm a little bit, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little bit confused by that last answer, because the existing language and statute that you're proposing to remove says if the individual is in an employee classification for which there is a prevailing wage rate. So if we're talking about being able to expand into industries that don't have prevailing wages, I don't see this being a barrier.
You're correct on that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1047, House Bill 1016, and Justin Williams from the City of Baltimore is presenting. And you have Mac Campbell, well, I already said Justin Williams, I was on here twice. Matt Campbell, Nina Themelis, and Al Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee.
Who's Matt Campbell?
Matt.
Nice to see you in person.
Likewise.
Incredibly responsive, helped me out.
May it be shown for the record.
Yes.
The record shall
Incredibly
reflect.
responsive. I appreciate it. I was sending his man in 5 million texts. So I appreciate it. Okay.
Try. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Justin Williams, Deputy Mayor for Community and Economic Development for Baltimore, here in support, strong support of House Bill 1016, which would establish the Baltimore Convention Center and Tourism Redevelopment and Operating Authority. The legislation represents a crucial step forward in revitalizing Baltimore's convention center and tourism sector, building on the thorough work that occurred through the recommendations of the task force, which was established by the General Assembly last year. The timing could not be more critical. Baltimore is experiencing a renaissance and momentum with over $7 billion of investment planned within the 1 mile radius of downtown, and the upcoming transformation of Harbor Place, our sports Most venues are expected to receive $1.2 billion of improvements, and our downtown vision plan charts an ambitious course for the future. However, at the heart of the downtown is our convention center, a vital engine that requires immediate attention and structural reform to reach its full potential. The issue as a city owned and operated convention center is a couple-fold, but the main barrier that Baltimore City has is that we cannot or do not have, we're responsible for capital investment in the center. However, the tourism that comes in brings sales tax revenue to the state, but the city does not receive that in its own coffers, and so there's a mismatch and misalignment of the incentives to invest in the center. So the vision of this authority will be in part to help improve the incentives so that the authority will benefit from the revenue brought in from the center. You'll hear testimony from people in the industry in support of the convention center, that the convention center business not only benefits the workforce and the hotels nearby, but really the entire region. It's a gem, and as you've already mentioned, Madam Chair, we have great service provided by the convention center staff. We know there are amendments presented by our partners in the labor industry. We are reviewing those. We want to say at the outset, there's no intention to privatize the facility. There's no intention to remove the workforce. The workforce is great, and the reason we even are able to keep the business we have is because the workforce and the work they do with an older building, they need a lot of love. There's also an amendment that's been proposed or requested by the sports teams, the Ravens and Orioles. Current legislation has one of the other being a member of the authority. We would propose to have both Ravens and Orioles have representation. You might need to have one more member to have an odd number. With that, I will submit and answer any questions, but urge you to vote favorably on the legislation.
Good afternoon, Chairman Atterbury, Vice Chair Wilkins, members of the Ways and Means Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 1016. My name is Matt Campbell, and I'm proud to serve as the Executive Director of the Baltimore Convention Center. Historically, the Convention Center has been a strong investment, generating nearly $30 million in state tax and $12.5 million for the city annually, hundreds of millions in direct spending annually, while supporting thousands of jobs. But today I stand before you with both urgency and optimism because we are at a crossroads. Post-COVID, we've faced great challenges at the convention center, namely rising operational costs, more failing infrastructure, and increased competition from cities with newer, better equipped facilities. As an example, where most other convention centers our size have $5 to $8 million in their annual capital budgets, we have $400,000. These types of inequities we can eventually fix with this bill, but in the meantime, more events leave our state. We know that with the right investment, Baltimore can compete and win. You will hear from Vanessa Finney, whose Mid-Atlantic Nursery Trade Show has called us home for over 4 decades. We also won big this year when we secured the 2033 ASAE annual meeting. The Association for Associations coming to Baltimore brings with it an economic impact between 15 and 18 million over just 4 days, with a strong promise of future business if we do our job right. Conventions put money in the pockets of our residents and businesses while proving that people do want to come to Baltimore. But we must give clients a facility that meets modern expectations. This bill is not the final answer, but it is the next step. For years, the Convention Center delivered a 4-to-1 return on investment for the state. While that ratio hasn't held since COVID, we can get to it again if we can just close more business and remain competitive. This bill lays the foundation for an authority that will benefit Marylanders across the state from Garrett to Worcester and everywhere in between. I have provided video clips as part of my written testimony to reinforce our need. I also urge to come visit us, as the chairwoman has, and see for yourself what we're up against and what we make possible despite our limitations. An investment in the Baltimore Convention Center is an investment in Maryland's future, one that creates jobs, strengthens businesses, and drives tourism spending statewide. I request a favorable ruling on this House Bill 1016, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and the distinguished delegation. My name's Al Hutchinson. I'm the President and CEO at Visit Baltimore, and we are the official sales and marketing arm for Baltimore City in partnership with Matt Campbell and his team at the Convention Center. First thing I'd like to do is really thank this body for introducing the authority legislation last year. We thank you for that, because if not for that legislation, we wouldn't be in front of you today. Now, today's ask is a little different since the task force did meet and they convened and they made a recommendation to form a Baltimore Convention and Tourism Redevelopment and Operating Authority, which I highly support and ask you to support it as well. The question is, why do we need an authority to oversee our convention center? The question is a competitive issue. Quite frankly, most cities in this country who have authority models, i.e. Charlotte, North Carolina, Columbus, Ohio, Houston, Texas, they are winning way more business than we are winning in Baltimore City because their governance model makes it easier for customers to say yes and also makes it much more streamlined in doing business. Our business is a speed-to-market business. If you're trying to get conventions and conferences from around the country, our customers will not give you the time to really study it, give you the time to work on procurement. They want answers very quickly, very immediately. We do great business in Baltimore City, but we can do more if we streamline our process. An authority model is a winning formula for Baltimore City, but it's also a winning formula for Maryland. So we ask you to really consider this bill. This will be one that will move Baltimore City and the state of Maryland forward in the convention industry, and we will have our rightful place as being dominant when it comes to bringing tax revenue to both Baltimore and to the state of Maryland. And so for that, I ask you to support Bill 1016, and I thank you for this consideration.
Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury, members of the committee. My name is Nina Themelis, Director of Government Affairs for Mayor Scott in Baltimore City, here to testify in support of HB 1016. You've heard a lot from the panelists already, so I'll keep it short. Over the mayor's first term, he invested a significant amount of time and effort in revitalization efforts across the city, with a significant effort also downtown. But there is still what we kind of refer to as the donut hole, which is the convention center. And without the creation of an authority and without a funding model in order to make the improvements and changes that are needed there, it will continue to deteriorate and will continue to lose significant business that, as everyone mentioned today, not just benefits the city, but the entire state. And so with that, I just urge a favorable report on House Bill 1016. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panel? There are a couple more folks coming up. Yes, Delegate Roberson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panel. I would just note that I was there at ASAE when you all got awarded the contract to bring the conference here, which I'm excited about, and also saw the models that you all presented. But my question is, if this is not passed this year or in time, what are the next steps that you plan to make to address this? Because I've seen the redevelopment plans that you all have, which looks beautiful, but are you able to move forward, or what are the next steps? Because we know that we're dealing with a fiscal issue when it comes to the funding. And I'm also wondering, as far as the bill is concerned, I see that some of it is state funded as far as the staffing. Is there a way that we could switch that so that possibly the city funds that staff? I know DLS sometimes writes legislation or provides fiscal notes based on what they're assuming, the cost of each of the state, and that might not necessarily be the case. So I'm just wondering if there's a way that we can compromise to find a way to make this take place. Because I did hear you, and I appreciate you for answering my question without you knowing what it was as far as why you needed this bill. But my question is, what can be done without this and these budgetary constraints? Thank you.
To address the first point, Delegate, the problem we have as a city-owned and operated facility is that the city has many competing priorities for capital investment, and also that the business we bring in from conventions benefit the entire region, lots of indirect spending, but the sales taxes, which are what they generate the most, do not go to the city. And so it's hard to, as a city, justify the capital necessary to invest in the convention center itself as opposed to roads, schools, police. So that's the impetus for the authority model, is to have a joint alignment and a management structure that actually can have a position that sort of will be able to bring in different sources of funding, like from the state. There's been a longstanding arrangement, which the convention center director can expand on, where we split the capital cost 2/3, 1/3, sort of to try to get at the point that most of the revenue generated by conventions benefits the state coffers, and 1/3 with the hotel tax and indirect spending does benefit the city. So my proposal, which I don't think it made it back to DLS in time for the fiscal note, was that we would propose to split the cost 2/3, 1/3 of the staff to operate the authority. I think ultimately needs to be worked out, but there's kind of the existing framework already exists with Visit Baltimore and the Convention Center staff, so there wouldn't be much overhead in the medium, long term, other than standing the authority up. So I don't think there'd be much of a fiscal impact.
You don't think the $1 million is correct, basically?
Yeah, in fact, I didn't see the final note that had $1 million.
That's
so.
what I read in it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, before the next panel, while you all are up here, I'd just like to add that while I was down there for the weekend, I'm one of those people that gets nervous if you don't know where you're going and the like. Staff was incredible, pointed us in the right direction to walk from the Sheraton over. I had no issues. Everyone was very friendly, asking all the folks that, it was a dance competition, so there was 1 million like youth down there, asking them how it went, saying good luck. I mean, everybody was actually great. So it was a good time. And we have very early hours to very late hours. So appreciate that. Next panel. Thank you all for being here. We have Analea Shimunek, Kristen Puronis, Vanessa, great name, Finney, and Nick Manis, and Denise Gilmore. Sure enough. And I think that's everybody. Go ahead. Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time this afternoon, Chairwoman and Vice Chairwoman. We're excited to be here today. My name is Analea Shimanek. I'm the General Manager of the Renaissance Harbor Place Hotel in Baltimore City. My hotel employs over 250 full-time employees, a small representation of those who work in the hospitality tourism space in the city and the state. We are the third largest hotel in Baltimore City with 622 rooms. We depend heavily on the success and vibrancy of the BCC. 34% of my business, my hotel business last year, is directly attributed with the success of Visit Baltimore and the Baltimore Convention Center. I'm here because I currently serve on the Board of Directors for Maryland Hotel Lodging Association and chair the Baltimore City Council of the Maryland Hotel Lodging Association. I recently had the privilege and honor to participate and represent the hotel community on the Baltimore Convention and Tourism Redevelopment and Operating Authority Task Force. This task force included a wide range of industry-related professionals representing and supporting the hospitality industry. The task force reviewed and heard presentations from several destination marketing organizations to learn how really good, effective, efficient cities operate their centers, to include the governance of those centers. In its final report, this task force recommends the establishment of a joint authority to govern the Baltimore Convention site and Visit Baltimore. I support the legislation before you, as it would establish the makeup and the authority of the Convention and Tourism Development and Operating Authority. The growth of Maryland's lodging industry, especially in Baltimore City and outlying regions, is closely tied to the future convention center bookings. We are confident that the establishment of the authority will maximize the impact on our industry and our state. This touches more than just Baltimore. It is a vital economic engine for the state. Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Vanessa Finney, Executive Vice President of the Mid-Atlantic Nursery Trade Show. We support House Bill 1016 and request your favorable report on this bill. MANS is the largest professional horticultural trade show in North America. We provide a face-to-face platform for commerce in the nursery, greenhouse, landscape, garden center, and allied trades. We just hosted our 54th annual trade show, the 44th consecutive year at the Baltimore Convention Center. From 2016 to 2014, MANS consistently played a vital role in Baltimore's economy, bringing in over $35 million in total economic impact and more than $22 million in visitor spending. All of this impact is generated in a 3-day event. We are proud of these 44 years in Baltimore. The hospitality offered by the Convention Center staff and all the partners we work with, including Visit Baltimore, dozens of hotels and scores of restaurants, have for many years made the annual return to Baltimore an easy decision to make. We do have discontent, however, amongst our exhibitors and attendees, board members, and show management with the condition of the Convention Center. The past years have been fraught with increasing infrastructure unreliability, including burst pipes and leaking ceilings, which have flooded the show floor, antiquated restrooms, and an overall sense of tiredness with the building's appearance. In addition, our show has outgrown the center's current show floor footprint. One does not have to go far to find newer, more technologically advanced, brighter, visually more appealing, and larger capacity venues. Mance would like to remain in Baltimore. Our exhibitors and attendees find it affordable and easy to get to. Our organization, however, expects more from the Baltimore Convention Center. We expect reliable service, we want a modern venue, and I too would like to see the physical structure expanded if possible. We support the creation of a convention and tourism redevelopment and operating authority that has mission and purpose to improve and modernize the convention center for the benefit and safety of events like Mance plus hundreds more. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury and members of the Ways and Means Committee. I'm really happy to be here today. My name is Kristen Peronis, and I'm the Executive Director for Visit Annapolis in Anne Arundel County. That is the official destination marketing organization for Annapolis, the city of Annapolis, and the county of Anne Arundel County, not Baltimore. But I'm here to tell you that Baltimore's success is absolutely tied with ours and the region's. There are 25 destination marketing organizations across Maryland. Visit Baltimore is one and a terrific partner to us. I did provide written testimony for you, but I wanted to be here today to provide additional context and also be available should you have any questions. As a nonprofit, our mission is to foster a welcoming destination and promote tourism to benefit our community, our visitors, and our partners. In Maryland, we welcomed 45.1 million visitors who spent $20.5 billion. That's with a B. Anne Arundel County attributed to about 20% of that with 6.8 million visitors and $4.1 billion. And we did that because of the strength of Baltimore City. We need them to be strong. The strength of our ecosystem is not just about the dollars and the cents, however, it's measured in how we create that welcoming environment for those visitors, and we need a good Baltimore Convention Center to do so. I'm here today to strongly support House Bill 1016. The bill is critical to enhancing Baltimore's role in Maryland's tourism strategy and encouraging a growing number of conferences, conventions, and meetings. While our focus at Visit Annapolis and Anne Arundel County is on our destination, we know that the regional collaboration is key to all of our success. Strengthening tourism in Baltimore will have a positive impact in surrounding areas, especially the BWI corridor, and it will drive economic development across the state. To be clear, a strong Baltimore is needed for success in our region and our state. I encourage you to support this bill and the growth it will bring to Maryland's tourism industry and ultimately to all of us. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members of the committee, Nick Manis with Manis, Cannon and Associates here today representing the Baltimore Ravens, and I'm also authorized to speak on behalf of the Baltimore Orioles. We had one amendment, but as you heard from Deputy Mayor Justin Williams, they've accepted that to have both teams represented on the board instead of one or the other. So with that amendment, we're 100% supportive of the bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you all very much. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1016. House Bill 1014, Delegate Plakovich-Carr and Tanya Moore, Christopher Meyer, Don Griswold, and Matt Gardner, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. For the record, I'm Delegate Julie Plakovich-Carr, here to present House Bill 1014. As we all know, our state is facing major fiscal challenges, including a $3 billion deficit in our general fund. The Transportation Trust Fund has a $1.3 billion shortfall, and that's without accounting for all of the capital projects needed to maintain a state of good repair. And funding for public schools will be facing a multi-billion-dollar shortfall in a few years. We all know that we have to balance the budget, but how do we do it in a way that's most fair? We could make billions upon billions of dollars of cuts, but they would be deep and painful cuts that would have real impacts on essential services for our residents. And our residents understand that. Just look at the poll that was conducted a few weeks ago by the Washington Post and the University of Maryland. They found that 1 in 5 Marylanders surveyed supported cutting Only 1 in 5 Marylanders surveyed supported cutting funding for support services for people with developmental disabilities or cuts for higher education. Contrast that with the 59% of residents who support raising taxes on incomes above $500,000. Notably, this isn't the only poll in Maryland to find high support for making progressive changes to our state's tax system. By no means am I saying that we should govern by polls, but it is helpful to have an understanding of where our residents are on this issue, and it's clear that a majority of residents support us finding alternatives to harmful cuts to essential government services. The Fair Share for Maryland Act of 2025 will generate at least $1.6 billion a year in much-needed revenue to support essential government services, and that's after paying for tax cuts for 1.3 million residents. The bill will expand 2 key tax credits for working Marylanders and for families with children, the Earned Income Tax Credit and the Maryland Child Tax Credit. By expanding these credits, we can cut taxes for 60% of our residents. Notably, these tax cuts are fully paid for by closing corporate tax loopholes and ensuring that billionaires and millionaires pay what they truly owe in taxes. On the business front, this bill would close tax loopholes that are costing our state and our residents over $500 million a year. This includes adopting worldwide combined reporting and the throwback rule, as well as closing the LLC loophole. Many other states have acted on these provisions. 28 states plus DC have some form of combined reporting. 19 states plus DC have a throwback rule, and 7 other states plus DC have ensured that they don't have an LLC loophole. New in the bill this year are provisions to close additional corporate tax loopholes. We've added caps on how much a company can deduct annually for net operating losses to limit volatility in state revenue. Additionally, the bill includes a business transportation fee on the most profitable companies, the proceeds of which would be dedicated to the Transportation Trust Fund. These reforms to business taxes are long overdue. Maryland derives a smaller share of tax revenue from businesses than any other state. We are dead last in this regard. We get only 3% of our state revenues from corporate income taxes. 3%. Moreover, 1/3 of the largest companies in our state pay no income taxes in a given year. These are not indicators of a tax system that is fair for our residents or fair for small businesses. These are indicators that reforms are desperately needed. Moving on to individual income taxes. This bill boosts the progressivity of our tax system by creating new, higher tax brackets on the highest income earners and reinstating a lower estate tax threshold. New in the bill this year is income tax recapture and a more targeted surtax on net investment income for just high income taxpayers. These changes are needed because the wealthiest 1% of Marylanders pay a smaller share of their income on taxes than do teachers or firefighters or nurses or construction workers or really nearly any profession that our residents work in. The upside down nature of our tax code isn't an accident. Our federal and state tax codes are full of exemptions, deductions, and other legal tricks to reduce taxes on every category of income except for wages. Wages are the only form of income that doesn't get preferential tax treatment, and that's simply unfair to working people. The bill also addresses the very real threat of federal tax changes happening in the near future and exacerbating our state's deficit. The bill would prevent this by extending to 2 years our state's automatic pause on costly federal tax changes. Lastly, a word on the fiscal note. It does not include 3 major provisions of the bill: closing the LLC loophole, the business transportation fee, or net operating loss deduction. And I know our DLS staff work very hard and they have a lot going on this time of year, so I'm not casting any shade, but just pointing out that the fiscal note does have some fairly significant omissions. So I'm standing by our coalition's revenue estimate of $1.6 billion. So that, thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Tanea Moore, and I'm the Director of Policy at the Cash Campaign of Maryland. Cash stands for Creating Assets, Savings, and Hope, and we promote the economic advancement for low to moderate income individuals in Baltimore and across the state of Maryland. One of the services that we offer is free tax prep for low to moderate income people. This bill presents an opportunity to raise revenue while strengthening 2 of Maryland's most effective tools for reducing poverty, the EITC and the CTC. Thanks to the actions of the General Assembly in recent years, Maryland now has one of the strongest EITCs in the country, reaching more than 400,000 households each year. However, our state EITC continues to leave behind young workers and other vulnerable groups who don't claim dependence on their taxes but are struggling to get by on low incomes. This expansion will impact low-income single filers who do not claim dependents. This includes first-time expectant mothers, young veterans, youth aging out of foster care, and non-custodial parents. Expanding eligibility ensures that more workers receive up to $600 back at tax time, helping them cover basic expenses and stay in the workforce. Right now, a full-time minimum wage worker earns too much to qualify for the EITC, yet too little to meet their basic needs. This bill would help close that gap and ensure these workers are able to benefit from the EITC. While Maryland made progress by creating a permanent CTC, the current credit only helps a small number of families due to the strict eligibility requirements. This bill will expand access to the credit, helping more families afford rising costs of childcare, food, and housing. With inflation straining households' budgets, working families need immediate relief. Investing in both the EITC and the CTC will boost workforce participation, improve academic outcomes, enhance food security, and reduce housing and healthcare burdens. For these reasons, I respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Madam Chairman and members of the committee, I'm Don Griswold, formerly with Berkshire Hathaway and other huge tax avoiders, and now with the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. Last year, this committee led the full House to pass worldwide combined reporting as part of the Fair Share Maryland Act. I commend you. I ask you to do it again, and I urge you to bring your Senate colleagues along with you this time. This committee knows that Maryland's profit-shifting loophole rigs your tax system in favor of the most aggressive global corporate giants, like those run by the world's 3 richest humans, like Elon Musk's Tesla, Mark Zuckerberg's Facebook, Jeff Bezos' Amazon. This loophole discriminates against local Maryland businesses. It makes Maryland a voluntary victim of these abusers of corporate power, and it's very costly. Year after year, it's siphoning over $700 million away from public investments in schools, roads, healthcare, the state workforce. This loophole also damages our democracy, sapping public confidence in government for the common good. Today, Maryland takes only the scraps left behind by the corporate giants after they've done their profit shifting. Now, Governor Moore proposes shutting down domestic profit shifting with the Water's Edge method, but that leaves the loophole wide open for offshore profit shifting. That's why the only fiscally responsible course is to enact worldwide combined reporting. No matter how many shell companies the avoiders set up in foreign tax havens, then the profit-shifting loophole will be closed, and Maryland finally will tax its fairly apportioned share of a corporation's global profits. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Matt Gardner. I'm a senior fellow with the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy. We're a DC-based think tank that focuses on state and federal tax policy with an emphasis on fairness and sustainability. What we're known for in the policy world is our capacity to estimate the effect of proposed tax changes at the state or federal level, both at different income levels and, importantly, on state budgets. What's the bottom line for the state in terms of tax revenue? The testimony I've submitted today gives our preliminary take on how 4 important provisions in the current bill would affect people at different income levels and how state tax collections would be affected as well. 3 big takeaways. Number 1 is that Maryland's tax system, which has been noted, is currently regressive, would become somewhat less so under these 4 major provisions. What I mean by that is that a tax system that currently allows the very best off Marylanders to pay a lower overall effective tax rate than middle income Marylanders must pay, that tax fairness gap would be diminished, not eliminated, but diminished. And it also shows that low-income Marylanders as a group, the bottom 40% of the state's income distribution, would see on average a net tax cut from the expansions of EITC and child tax credit provisions that have been mentioned already. The second takeaway is that we estimate this would raise $650 million, $1 billion through the 2 income tax revenue raising provisions, $350 million in credit expansions. Last point is these revenue estimates are uncertain. The economic dislocations that are ongoing may alter these. We're happy to revisit, but the fairness impact is pretty clearly evergreen. Thank you.
Come down to this.
Sorry about that. Thank you. My name is Christopher Meyer for the Maryland Center on Economic Policy in support. Maryland's tax code is in urgent need of an overhaul. We need significantly more revenue to protect investments like education, childcare, and disability services. We also need a fairer tax code. Not only does our tax code today allow the wealthiest to get off the hook, it also is a missed opportunity to advance racial equity. The Fair Share Act would build on Governor's More Revenue Plan and make our tax code fairer, while ultimately raising approximately $2 billion a year, up to $2 billion. You're hearing some different numbers. To be clear, the $600 million you just heard is only applying to individual income tax provisions. The bill will also support Maryland's economy. For example, public services funded by tax dollars support our labor force, which is currently our #1 economic drag. For one, education is crucial for our workforce today because great schools are key to attracting families. Public education is also how we prepare tomorrow's workforce. Skilled workers are among the most important location assets businesses care about. Access to childcare is currently a major drag on our workforce. Childcare scholarships are the strongest tool we have to remedy that. What about the dire prognostications from anti-tax lobbyists? Well, they're not true. Taxes aren't among the most important determinants of where families settle down, according to credible research. People really value things like affordable housing, good jobs, public safety, and of course, good schools. What about the wealthiest? We can see from the District of Columbia's recent experience. In 2021, they raised taxes on the wealthiest residents. The following year, the number of DC residents with over $300,000 in annual income increased to its highest level ever. We're asking for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. There's a question, Delegate Ford. I'm sorry, Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Surprised you didn't call me Delegate Rose. I get that a lot. So thank you all. Thank you for the bill. I have a couple questions. One is Maryland attracting people and businesses right now currently to the state? Like, are people moving here? Do people want to move to Maryland right now?
I mean, from a population point of view, we have been fairly stagnant. That doesn't mean people are definitely moving in, but we also have people leaving on a net level.
On a net level, we've lost
stagnant.
Far more people left Maryland than moved here from other states, and that's just in 2023. Roughly 200,000 people left Maryland for other states.
I don't believe we've lost a net number of Marylanders.
I think it's a net, yeah, we can talk about it, but I think it's like a net.
I can't speak to the business.
Yeah, net loss of about 250,000. So we're losing population from the things that I've got. So a couple of the statements were in the opposition testimony were a little concerning for me as a Marylander and someone who's lived here all my life and who loves this state, obviously. I want to retire here. I want my grandchildren to be here. I want my kids to be able to afford houses here. So I understand what you're saying. To make that happen, we do need to have economic development. We do need to have businesses that want to be here, businesses that want to stay here, for them to have jobs and for them to create a life for their family that we all want. So one of the statements was the impact of enacting these taxes will turbocharge an exodus from the state, not just as a result of the direct economic cost to businesses making investment decisions, but even more fundamentally as companies seek to invest in states where they can be assured a stable taxing regime. And then another one that says a tax will not realize the projected revenue. Its impact will only drive economic growth and state tax revenue. It generates outside of Maryland, thereby putting even more pressure on our state budget. So my concern is, philosophically, obviously we have different ideas of how to get certain places, but what if they're right and you guys are not for the state of Maryland? Because most states that have looked at, especially combined reporting, have stopped at water's edge, including Virginia, which has exploding economic growth right now. So I'm just curious on, what that would be. And again, this is nothing, I'm just like, what if they're right?
They're wrong.
Okay, that's,
it's tax liability.
Has any other state implemented combined reporting past water's edge in this country?
Yes, in the 70s, it organically developed in a dozen states.
Recently, is anyone doing this right now in the country?
No, but there are a number of states who are going along with you.
So how do you know that they're wrong?
I want to clarify that. So Alaska does mandate worldwide combined reporting for the oil and gas industry, which is about 3/4 of their economy. 3/4 of their economy.
Right, but that's oil and gas, and they actually prop up a lot of the state of Alaska. So we don't all have that. We actually don't really like those in
14
Maryland.
other states plus DC, so 15 jurisdictions that look beyond water's edge. I think it's 6 of those states require that companies that do business in offshore tax havens have to report that international activity. The other states are allowing for companies to opt to do worldwide combined reporting.
Okay, but no one's doing it like this.
That is correct.
So we don't actually know what the outcome will be?
But we do, because we know what the drivers are when you adopt it. 3 big reasons why it's not going to happen. Number one, it's really costly and disruptive to move out of a state, and the tiny apportioned sliver of your statutory rate that they're going to have to pay is enough to pay their lobbyists. It's enough to pay their tax avoidance enablers like former me, and it can pay them all very well because it doesn't matter. But it's small dollars, and at the end of the day, they're not going to do this disruption to move. The dollars aren't there. The math doesn't work. Oh, number 2, by the way, let's be specific about that math. Right now, Maryland, like most states, decides the apportioned share, the slice of the profit pie you're going to tax based upon one thing: your percentage of sales into the state. So if the company has 1/10 of 1% of its global sales into the state of Maryland, you multiply 1/10 of 1% times your statutory rate to get the actual tax rate. Oh, and guess what? They're never going to change that. You won't move the needle a penny because the only way to cut down your sales factor is to stop selling to Maryland. Not going to happen. The third reason is we know. I'm sorry?
Nothing, go ahead.
The third reason is we saw that when the halfway measure going to water's edge, which remember is only halfway if your tropical fish tank has 2 holes in it and water's pouring out, putting a finger in only 1 hole is not going to do you a lot of good, is it? That's what water's edge. But we do know that when states adopted it, didn't stop companies from moving into those states. They move in for other reasons, not the stuff that they just throw a little bit of money to their lobbyists and their avoidance enablers to do.
But we're losing people right now to Maryland. We're not attracting people. So all of the things you said, and I would say if you're talking about things that happened in previous years, I would say it's easier and easier and easier for companies to pick up and move right now because sometimes a lot of their employees don't even live in Maryland anymore. And so I want to attract businesses, especially young businesses, to come and to grow here. And if you're facing something that's as onerous as a tax system that taxes success so much more heavily and taxes business so much more heavily, how do we keep attracting them? We can debate, I don't want to say, because you and I could probably debate all day long.
And it would be
But my
fun.
point is, I don't think they're wrong. I think they have a lot of really good points, and I think it's really respectful to actually consider the points that we're making. That's how we make good legislation, is by listening to others and their impact and what they think that will be on their businesses, because people are voting and moving with their feet across the country. How many people thought some of those companies would move out of California? Did we ever think they would want to leave California? No, but they are. And where are they going? Texas. They're going to Florida. They're going to other states. 100%, they have pulled huge corporations out of a state that is overtaxing and overburdening them with taxes, and that has a devastating result on communities. So
May I add a fourth reason that I forgot?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Delegate Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thanks for being here. Thanks for bringing the bill. I'm a good friend from Montgomery County. So I guess my question is, I'm not going to take a deep dive. I'm sure the minority leader will take a deep dive in actual tax policy, but I guess my question is more on a high level. So we keep talking about Alaska, right? But we also got to look at this in the sense of the global tax climate and the business climate of that state. So how do we compare the overall business tax climate in Alaska to Maryland, right? Because they don't have many of the other taxes that we have across the board. So is it a real apples to apples comparison to compare Alaska's tax climate with this compared to Maryland's tax climate, especially when they have one very specific industry that's unique to them that we don't get to share the same benefits from?
I don't see anybody jumping to answer your question, Delegate Griffith, so I'll just go back to something I said in my testimony, because I can't speak specifically to Alaska, but that Maryland ranks last of all of the states in terms of the proportion of our state revenues that are coming from businesses. So Alaska's clearly doing better than we are. Every state is doing better than we are in terms of collecting revenues from their businesses.
But I think, but when you, again, you look at the overall climate of taxation, right, across the board, not just from businesses, but for personal taxes, services, fees, all these other things, there's a reason why we're hemorrhaging people everywhere. There's a reason our prices, there's one of the reasons we're one of the most expensive states to live in, because all these things, and leads to my next question, where's the guarantee that this tax does not get passed through to consumers?
So first, I just do want to mention Alaska does have a substantially higher effective tax rate on businesses from all the taxes businesses pay, not just corporate income tax.
I'm not talking about taxes, but I'm also talking about the global tax climate, from personal tax, income tax, taxes on goods and services, on. I'm talking about the global climate. Do Alaskan citizens pay as much to the government as Maryland does?
I don't have those numbers in front of me. It is important to consider both taxes and charges, things like fees and fines, to get the total amount that residents pay to support their government. When you look at taxes plus charges like fees and fines combined, Maryland is not actually far from the nationwide norm. Also, as far as population trends, again, there is strong research showing that people move across state lines for a lot of different reasons. In any given year, a lot of people move to Maryland, a lot of people move from Maryland. So the net change is actually a fairly small share of that. And there are a lot of different reasons. Things like affordable housing, good jobs, good schools, and the research shows that taxes are not among the most important contributors. Just empirically, that is true.
And I would circle back to the testimony we heard from ITEP that if we're concerned about taxes on residents, then this bill is for you. The bill cuts taxes on Marylanders making up to $110,000 a year. That's the bottom the bottom 60% of Marylanders ranked by income. The next 20% is held essentially the same. They get on average a $4 cut. The next 15% would Those are people, households making up to 700, I don't know, I'm having so much trouble reading today.
It's all right.
Articulating back out of my mouth. $379,000 a year would only pay on average $70 more a year. So that next 15% is also, in essence, held harmless. This bill is really looking at the top 5% of Marylanders by income.
But I would argue it would be a net neutral, if not a net loser, because all those taxes would pass right back down to every consumer, no matter your income level. So those are some of my concerns. So thank you so much for answering my questions.
Thank you. Delegate Fair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the bill. I think that this is going to be a very interesting conversation, that we're going to continue having a robust dialogue around it. My general question, so for years prior to coming to the General Assembly, I ran a small business out in Frederick. It was 35 employees. It did pretty well for itself. It operated as a single location right there in Frederick. And we paid our taxes every single year, just like so many businesses, small businesses around the state of Maryland. Does your bill negatively impact that small business that's operating inside of our state currently?
To the contrary, the exact opposite, Delegate. Right now, businesses like your former business, they're paying full freight, right? They're paying it. I assume employing 35 people, you didn't have affiliates in Singapore, or Cayman Islands, or Ireland, or right?
Would have been kind of awkward.
You need to have that, and you need to have very high fees to be able to pay the fees, to be able to do the profit shifting offshore that my former clients did. Right now, Maryland tax law discriminates against your own small businesses. Talk about tax flight. I mean, I honestly do not understand how a state can decide it's going to favor giant global power-abusing monopolies over the working families who run their own small businesses in this state. That's upside down.
And that kind of drives the other question, which is most of our small businesses, like the one that I helped operate for 20 years, that small business does not have access to the kinds of resources needed to be able. And so did my small business end up effectively paying less into our system in Maryland than one of these larger multinational conglomerates?
No, you were paying a much higher share on your profits than they were. In fact, I will tell you, here's the way to look at it. Maryland, we called you guys, when I was in that practice, we called you a voluntary victim state. And we went to our clients and says, what you pay to the state of Maryland, it's completely up to you. It is optional whether you pay it or not. I had many clients who, with their profit shifting, drove their profits below zero. They created losses that they carried forward into future years. This is a phenomenon that only worldwide combined reporting will stop.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you. Delegate Marioka North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Del, for bringing this bill. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of it. I just want to make sure I understand the estate tax portion of it. If I understand the history with the estate tax, is that the $5 million exemption has been since 2019. So can any of the experts on the panel explain why we should be reducing it to $2 million, which is basically going back to where it was before 2019?
Sure, I think the most important reason to do that is the combination of revenue and equity. Estate taxes, even at lower exemption levels like 1 million before 2014 and 2 million under the Fair Share Act, only apply to a very small number of the largest estates. That means a small number of the wealthiest people, and not just wealthy in terms of income, in terms of built-up assets, which only some people in our society over decades and centuries have had an opportunity to accumulate. So this really is among the most effective ways that we can make our tax code fairer, both in terms of income and wealth and also in terms of racial equity. And I do just want to note that the estate tax portion of this bill, I'm pretty sure, is identical to the estate tax portion of Governor Moore's plan.
Thank you.
Okay, and the last question for this panel, Delegate Buckle.
Madam Chair, and I apologize, I had to step out for a couple of minutes. I want to talk to you about sort of the fiscal note about combined reporting, where the Department of Legislative Services cautions that actual revenues under the bill's quantified provisions may differ significantly from their estimates of the value of the provision. And they suggest that in the study of the potential state revenue effects of combined reporting, the Comptroller's Office, who we rely on, frankly, more than other experts who come before us, we rely on the Board of Revenue Estimates and the Comptroller's professional staff. They suggest that while it may increase corporate income tax revenues on average, it also increases the volatility of those revenues, and the effects of the proposed change on corporate income tax revenues may be positive or negative in any given year. As I'm sure Delegate Polakovich-Carr knows, because she's one of the most prepared people in the General Assembly, in complete honesty. In 2013, the Comptroller's Office, I believe, did an estimate or an evaluation if we had adopted combined reporting, what would the effect have been for prior tax years, and they concluded that whenever any type of recession is suffered, as it was in, say, 2008, 2009, combined reporting would actually result in a decrease of state tax revenues from the corporate income tax. Some models suggested up to $100 million for 2009. I'd like to believe that we're in the, the post-reality economic cycle where no matter what we do, we don't seem to have a recession, but that seems silly. We will have a recession at some point in time. It's been many years since we've now been technically in the economic definition of recession. Do you have concerns that by doing this, because of the volatility, right when we need it the most, it will actually produce, because we'll have a recession and everything will go down except for our bills. They always stay the same here in Maryland. They always go up. And we'll actually get less money according to some of the economic data models.
And I'll turn to maybe to Mr. Griswold in a moment to see if he has anything he can add from the perspective of other states. But I'll say, I mean, we see volatility and other predictable trends in terms of other forms of state revenue that we get. And I do appreciate the question, Delegate Buckle. Capital gains would be one good example of where there's a lot of volatility here in Maryland in terms of our collections for that. And likely if we looked at other specific sources of state revenues, that there are ones that are predictable, that when there is an economic downturn or things are happening with the federal government, we can anticipate. And in fact, our Bureau of Revenue Estimates can pretty reliably anticipate what's going to happen with those revenue trends. So I would say just because of the volatility on that front, it doesn't necessarily concern me, especially given that a majority of states are relying on combined reporting. But if Mr. Griswold has anything specific to add.
Just before you go, so I just do ask, have any states adopted combined reporting, say, in the last 5 or 10 years? I know that there was a point in time where a lot of states were doing this. It's still on the books in a lot of places. Is it something in the modern trend, though, let's say the last 5 or 10 years that states are doing? Does anybody know?
Right now, the states have continued to go halfway, the water's edge piece. The reality is that the public policy community was asleep at the switch for decades after the Reagan administration, being pushed by the Thatcher administration, bullied the states into walking away from the correct and organically developed worldwide combined solution. So it's only really since a couple of states, some crackerjack legislators were doing their homework, reading about this possibility, that it came back. We're seeing a good number of states, I'm not at liberty yet to mention them, that we're going to see going. Maryland will not be alone, that's for sure. There is definitely momentum in this direction because folks have realized that it's real. If I may, just on the volatility question, sad fact of economic life is that we're going to have recessionary cycles and we're going to have volatility. And as Delegate Polakovich-Carr mentioned, many of your tax sources are going to see volatility because of this. Even your sales tax is in terms of discretionary spending by your higher wage earners. But boy, oh boy, do you really want to try to protect yourself from volatility by putting higher taxes on those where they can't budge? You gotta buy food, you gotta buy diapers, you gotta to buy medications. You want sales taxes on kids' clothing and shoes because they're going to have to be bought anyway. That really will drive the state to be even more upside down and unfair. So that'd be my.
What I want to do is have a rational tax policy that encourages economic growth. And what my concern here is, and I appreciate and I trust that she's absolutely correct because she does a fantastic job doing the research, that when you said that we have one of the lowest percentages of America of our overall revenues generated by our corporate income tax. I would suggest that maybe a reason for that is we don't have very many successful corporations here anymore. Governor Moore has recognized this. I'm 100% with him when he steps up and says, one of our biggest problems, it's not just in the last 2 or 3 years under his administration, that would be unfair. This is systemic and long-term. We are a state of government worker, by the government worker, for the government worker. We are not a state where private sector Fortune 500 companies are coming and investing here. They're not investing. I don't know that we have any Fortune 500 corporations that are currently still headquartered here. And that affects your corporate income tax because they don't come here. I guess the last point that I would have is we've looked at this in Maryland before, obviously. It's been a few years now. 2016, the Maryland Economic Development and Business Climate Commission, I can't remember if that's what we called the Augustine Commission or not. I thought the Augustine Commission was actually before 2016. Indicated they recommended the General Assembly do not adopt combined reporting and indicate clearly the intent not to do so. The Virginia Combined Reporting Work Group within the last couple of years said potential damage to Virginia's business climate was its top rationale for rejecting combined reporting. What changes from year to year? I know we want revenue. I know we can run it through an analysis and it'll come up and say this year maybe you get more revenue. But the whipsaw effect of we have policy leaders before Delegate Polakovich-Carr and I were here saying don't do this, don't do this. You have our neighbors saying don't do it. What is the justification for saying that's all wrong and we're going to change?
Sure. So I would say the justification is that what the credible research shows is that taxes aren't among the most important factors businesses consider when they're deciding where to locate. So they would like to pay less in taxes. It's not that they don't care. But when it comes to deciding where they're going to be, they care more about things like skilled workers, like transportation infrastructure. This is according to surveys of business leaders. And those are things that our tax dollars support. Briefly just covering the fiscal note, on combined reporting specifically, that fiscal note is for Water's Edge. So that does not include any of the revenue from the additional revenue from Worldwide. So that really should be considered a pretty significant underestimate, not because of anything wrong with DLS or BRE, just that's what they estimated. There was another really important question that you had.
Well, no, I guess the thing that I would say is in response to that, then why aren't businesses coming here? We come every year and we tell ourselves we have this highly skilled workforce, we have this wonderful set of assets, we have Johns Hopkins University. It's hard to find Montgomery County has some wonderful institutions, and yet year after year, it's not me saying it, it's not Republicans, it's Governor Moore, it's the BRE, it's Comptroller Learman. Our private sector economy is falling behind. Major job creators are not coming here. We are not doing our best, and we don't generate the revenues to keep up with our ambitions for the blueprint, for transportation, all these things. So if we've got all these great assets, our tax system is probably a little bit higher than Virginia, Pennsylvania's. You can say it's not. But if we've got everything so darn right, then why are we doing so stagnant? It doesn't make any logical sense to me.
Again, I would say that whatever those trends in businesses coming, leaving, and so forth are despite an extraordinarily favorable tax climate for businesses. It's not just that we get a smaller share of our total revenue from businesses than any other state. If you look as a share of our economy, we get a smaller share from businesses than most other states. So in other words, it's not just, oh, businesses are doing poorly, therefore we don't get much revenue from them. It's despite the size of our economy, the amount that we're getting from businesses in taxes is smaller. And then just to illustrate my point about taxes not being the most important factor, one of the major large businesses that we have lost in recent years is Discovery, which moved from Maryland, notably a separate reporting state, to New York, a combined reporting state.
That was a result of a corporate merger and acquisition that they moved there, right? It wasn't
Exactly.
Discovery just decided we're going to move on our own. They were bought by a different company who was based in New York, if I recall correctly.
Which just illustrates that the factors that actually affect where businesses are locating are primarily things other than taxes.
There's been another big change. You asked about changes, Delegate?
Yes.
Another big change about the math is that Maryland only a few years ago adopted single sales factor. Remember we were talking about the pie?
I do remember that.
Right? And we're only single sales factor, so you got to stop selling into the state to get savings by moving. Before that, you had the traditional, for decades, method that is three pieces: property, payroll, and sales. That fraction you do for sales, you do the same for payroll. How much of your global payroll is in Maryland? That goes into the factor. How about your property? How much of your global property owned goes in? So if you're going to move out of the state, you're moving that payroll factor, dramatically reducing that because you're moving it across the river to Virginia or wherever. Same thing with the property factor, and that can radically change your tax. Now, still at the end of the day, it's still a sliver of a sliver of a sliver because of that apportionment is so small. I don't think it's really very often at all going to be enough to pay for the tremendous disruption of a move. But there was at least math that could go along with it. But since you adopted single sales factor, I think it was 2022-ish, there's no more math to support that concern.
I appreciate your perspective. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Delegate Thornberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so I, want to use an anecdote here and then kind of scale that up. So having owned some restaurants over the years, in some instances, the state has decided, hey, we want to audit what you're doing there because taxes are largely, you self-report the level of transactions that you're doing. So, we say, hey, we're perfect, we're doing it right. And they say, well, no, state, I want to come and audit you. I'm going to come and look at your cash registers. I'm going to look at all of your transactions. I'm going to make sure you're charging the appropriate tax rate on this item versus that item, prepared food, services, whether you're reporting on your tips. And they come back, and of course, it's always a little bit higher than what we think it should be. So my question to you is, if I'm doing this global reporting, because you're saying we're missing out on transactions or movements of funds that may be happening overseas but directly impact us here, how does one at the comptroller's office audit a global transaction? Whereas to say, yes, you've accurately reported that and we're going to give you a checkoff and you're paying your appropriate fair share. Because I've had a lot of indications, sports gaming being the one of them, very difficult to rein in these international corporations.
Well, first of all, if you have a restaurant business that's only in Maryland and you have no legal entities outside the state or outside the nation, worldwide combined reporting will look exactly like your current tax system.
Correct, and I was just using that as an anecdote.
Okay.
So there's a transaction that takes place. The state has a way to come in and say, hey, I know you said X, we think it's Y. We have proof. How does that happen at the global scale?
Understood. Well, back in the 80s, it was doing just fine. The 12 states that did it didn't report any problems with it, and that was in an era before all the electronic sources we have and online sources we have for sharing information. So that tells us that's one data point. Another way to look at it is right now these big international corporations are running themselves. They don't have they're not in a situation where they don't know what's going on in their Singapore company or their Luxembourg company or their British company, right? They are talking to them. They're doing management accounting. So when we hear the other side talk about the foreign exchange rates, well, that just has to be done to understand how you're running your own business. When you're talking about access to data and information, They have to have that to run their business. Not only that, there's 2 federal pieces where they have to do a lot of this analysis already. One is the wonderfully named GILTI, the Global Intangible Low-Taxed Income calculation that they have to do. These things are all required for that, and also the corporate AMT, the CAMT, Corporate Alternative Minimum Tax. Those both have pieces that have to do this. So there's no suggestion that the companies are going to have any ability to do it. And if they're saying that the comptroller was going to have a hard time getting access to that information, which they have, then what they're doing is saying, we are not going to follow the law. We are not going to comply with the comptroller's request for data. That's what that suggestion amounts to, and it is appalling to me that they can make that argument.
So that's my second question, and I appreciate the cue up here. Comptroller's office says, I need to see the hidden file. Company says, no, that's global, that doesn't have to do with Maryland. Where's the teeth on something that's happening outside of Maryland?
Yeah, you know, it is certainly conceivable that it happens. I can just tell you a difference between my personal experience with this was, as a tax avoidance advisor, I'd go meet with a CFO of a Fortune 100 company, and I'd say, give me your 50-state apportionment run. That is basically the data, all the data that an auditor needs to be able to analyze what's happened with a company. Yep. Because it was to help them avoid taxes, within 15 minutes, some staff person would run in and put a printout in front of me. But that's the kind of stuff that they tell auditors we just don't have. So, is there the possibility that the business community is not going to follow the law? There is that possibility. But I do think better of them, and I think that they will. Teeth, there are some experimental things that have been done for years now. California has had this NEST penalty, the non-economic substance penalty, which is a whopping penalty. I forget the number. I think it's like 25%. It's a big penalty if you ever get caught out. So one thing is put in a really big stick, so that if they finally do get caught, they're going to get nailed. That reduces the motivation to act against your best self.
Yep, the fine has to be larger than the savings that you got cheating.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's panel 1. We are now ready for the second panel. They include Denise Gilmore, Dan Martin, Terrence Kavanaugh, and John Gaines. All right, well, Chris Kavanaugh, John Gaines, then what about Kristen Goebel and Heather Iliff? All right, you may proceed, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Ways and Means Committee. Terry Kavanaugh here on behalf of SEIU Local 500. Local 500 represents over 23,000 workers across Maryland, including family child care providers, educational support staff in our K-12 schools, nonprofit workers, and faculty and staff at our colleges and universities. Our members have a role in the lives of Marylanders from cradle to career. They comprise the heart and soul of the working and middle class in Maryland, and in this economic climate of extreme wealth in the hands of so few, our members often struggle to make ends meet. Therefore, we wish to express our strong support for Maryland House Bill 1014, the Fair Share of Maryland Act of 2025. House Bill 1014 takes a comprehensive approach to modernizing Maryland's tax structure by ensuring that high-income individuals and large corporations contribute equitably to our shared prosperity. The bill's key provisions, including adjustments in the Maryland estate tax, reforms to corporate tax apportionment, and targeted increases in income tax rates for the wealthiest earners, will generate much-needed revenue for critical state priorities such as education, transportation, healthcare, and social services. Additionally, House Bill 14 strengthens the Maryland Earned Income and Child Tax Credits, helping working families by expanding financial relief for low-income individuals and caregivers. These measures will reduce economic inequality and provide stability for families struggling with the rising cost of living. By closing loopholes that allow multi-state corporations to shift profits out of Maryland and by adopting a fairer tax structure for top earners, HB 1014 will generate substantial revenue without burdening middle class and working families. It represents a balanced and forward-thinking approach that allows Maryland to maintain its competitive edge while upholding our shared values of equity and opportunity. And in closing, I want to commend the committee for the work that you've done in the past, and can't help but wonder if we'd be better off if the General Assembly had accepted the work that you did last year.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Proceed.
I'm next. Go for it. Good afternoon. Chair Alderberry, members of the committee, my name is John Gaines. I serve as an executive board member and shop steward for ATU Local 689. Local 689 supports HB 1014 and urges the committee to issue a favorable report. This bill is a necessary, fair, and progressive measure for ensuring fiscal stability in the state of Maryland. To start my testimony, I must note that over 9,000 of Local 689 members are hardworking WMATA employees. Going into fiscal year 2025, Metro stated that it faced an estimate $750 million gap. Had that need gone unmet, proposals were floated where 108 of 135 Metro bus routes would have been eliminated or cut. Over a dozen of Metro Rail stations would have shuttered. Fares would have increased 25%. Over 2,300 full-time jobs would have been cut, including highly demand CDL drivers. Luckily, this body and the whole government of Maryland prioritized rebaselining its share of operations funding, but this was the only stopgap measure. In fiscal year 2026, Maryland is still facing the majority financial challenges. So we must build on the benchmark of Governor Moore's budget to ensure that we finish the job. Likewise, we know that the state of Maryland, multi-billionaires and mega corporations are still paying less taxes than our members or even most of the vulnerable riders we serve. This cannot continue. This share, the Fair Share of Maryland Act is a smart way to close corporate. Am I 2 minutes up that fast? Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
Did you want to finish your, did you want to have a sentence you wanted to finish? If not, we will proceed with the next witness.
All right, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Dan Martin with the Mental Health Association of Maryland here in support of this bill. And I'm not normally in front of this committee, but this is not a normal year. I just want to say that we in the mental health advocacy community recognize the really kind of significant budget challenge that you all are facing this year, and we, understand that difficult decisions are going to have to be made. Those challenges notwithstanding, however, there's huge unmet need across the state in the behavioral health space that we're always working to, to address. A large percentage of Marylanders that need mental health services can't access them for a variety of different reasons. Over 1,500 Marylanders died of an overdose last year, and the challenge is really, really profound for our children. Over 35% of Maryland high school children reported in the most recent state data that they feel persistently sad or hopeless, with 18% of high school students and 24% of middle school students having attempted or having seriously considered suicide, and 10% of middle and high school students having actually attempted suicide. And so, there's, addressing this unmet need really requires a lot of strategic investments in building out our capacity to deliver community-based and school-based mental health care, building out our mental health workforce, making sure that crisis response services are available when and where people need them. And these are investments that are going to improve the health of our society and ultimately, hopefully reduce reduce costs in the long run by reducing unnecessary emergency department visits and criminalization and homelessness. But there are costs, there are upfront costs that we have to put in, and that's why we're here to support this bill. Like I said, we know there's a lot of hard decisions to be made, but, the Fair Share for Maryland Act will, create a more equitable system, raise the revenue necessary to, ensure that we have all these services that are really important to folks across the state. And I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And as an aside, if you're in the midst of a sentence and the buzzer goes off, please finish the sentence.
Yeah, he told me that. I apologize. I'm a newbie, so I apologize.
You did fine, thank you. Next.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Christian Goebel. I serve as the Legislative and Political Coordinator with AFSCME Maryland Council 3. Our union is in strong support of House Bill 1014, a crucial piece of legislation that will generate much-needed revenue to fund essential public services such as public education, transportation, healthcare, and our state workforce. AFSCME Council 3 represents approximately 45,000 public service workers at the state, county, and municipal levels of government across Maryland. AFSCME members are on the front lines every day delivering critical public services that strengthen our communities and our people. Unfortunately, our public servants are experiencing severe challenges, including significant staffing shortages, overwhelming caseloads, and skyrocketing overtime costs. Issues that have been exacerbated by previous years of disinvestment from the public sector. At the same time, we need to keep compensation competitive to retain our current workforce while attracting individuals to fill existing vacancies. For example, a study by the Department of Budget and Management revealed that Maryland's standard and correctional pay scales are significantly lower than those in neighboring jurisdictions for comparable positions. Additionally, actions at the federal level, including potential cuts to Medicaid, education, and our federal workforce, also threaten the delivery of high-quality services that Marylanders deserve and depend on. The Fair Share for Maryland Act of 2025 increases revenue in a fair and equitable way by increasing taxes on the wealthiest households in the state and closing loopholes that allow wealthy multinational corporations to avoid paying hundreds of millions annually in taxes to Maryland where they do business and make income. We cannot protect Marylanders and grow our economy if we cut from vital public services that our communities depend on. To protect our vital public services and our communities, please support the Fair Share for Maryland Act. We urge the committee to issue a favorable report on House Bill 1014. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Heather Iliff, and I'm representing the Maryland Association of Nonprofit Organizations, which represent 40,000 nonprofit organizations employing 12.9% of Maryland's workforce, or 290,000 employees in the state of Maryland. You have my written testimony and written testimony in favor of House Bill 1014 from 90 other people who submitted, many of them from the nonprofit community. I'm going to diverge from my written remarks to just add some context in the latest environment with the federal changes that we have been experiencing. The federal government has unleashed an onslaught on the nonprofit sector unlike we've ever seen. We're seeing stops on all payments of all kinds, lawsuits to try to reverse those stops that were advancing, as well as stop payment orders on a whole range of nonprofit services, from housing to community development, domestic violence, the environment, health, et cetera. We're also seeing Congress moving to make massive cuts to Medicaid and other changes that would already impact the part of Maryland's economy that is, in a sense, already in recession. If you are a member of the working ALICE population, asset limited, income constrained, but employed, you are struggling to make ends meet. The tax cuts that are in the Fair Share plan are critical for that population, as well as the revenue that supports nonprofits who get people like that into well-paying jobs. A lot of businesses may not be able to grow because they don't have the workforce. And Greater Baltimore Committee showed that the people leaving the state of Maryland are restaurant workers, childcare workers, hairdressers, et cetera. People moving in are CEOs, professionals, lawyers, et cetera. And the barriers are housing, transportation, and childcare, which are all areas that will be addressed by the Fair Share Plan for Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions of this panel? Delegate Wu. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question on your last sentence. You're thinking about like nurses and others and like restaurant workers are moving away from Maryland. Which other states are they moving to?
They're moving to states with lower costs of housing primarily and other kinds of barriers that they're not able to make ends meet in Maryland.
So job opportunities is not something more important than the other side?
My understanding is the cost of living is one of the main factors. As you heard from earlier, that many of these professions are facing serious shortages of labor. Nonprofits have a lot of difficulty filling positions, especially the 24/7 caring population, bedside population, group homes, healthcare settings are all having difficulty filling positions. So it's not a lack of jobs.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for your questions. Thank you, panel. And I'm going to call Denise Gilmore once more.
Sorry, Madam Chair, Denise had to run to another bill hearing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Samantha Swirling, Sarah Sullivan, and Gavin Falcon. These are the favorables, and I believe we have one virtual. We do not have a virtual, okay.
All right, it's late, so I'll get started if that's okay. My name is Samantha Zwirling with the Maryland State Education Association, representing 75,000 educators across the state. I've been before this committee, and you've heard kind of some of my testimony on tax-related matters and the reason that we need to raise revenue. And I think you heard a lot about that yesterday and about how we need to support our students, especially our at-promise students. The other thing I'll just add that on a personal note is we talked about why folks move in and out of the state. Folks also move here because of high quality resources. And I came here from out of state as a University of Maryland College Park student. After my graduation, I decided to stay here and raise my family and buy a house and to pay the taxes here. And I plan to send my son to good quality public schools. And so, you know, as we talk about these things, we're talking about investments in our people and investments in our workforce. And so when we educate our students well, then we can make sure that they are the workforce of tomorrow that can grow our economy. And with that, I'm gonna leave to go pick up my son. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here today and for having me here. My name is Sarah Sullivan. I live in District 43A, and I own a small business in Station North, which is one of the arts districts in Baltimore City. I'd like to thank my delegates, Regina Boyce and Elizabeth Embry, for co-sponsoring this bill. When I opened my business, the Mobtown Ballroom and Cafe in 2011, we were first in Pigtown in Southwest Baltimore. And we moved after the building was bought by an out-of-town predatory landlord to Station North and reopened in February of last year. We built our 3,000 square foot sprungwood dance floor with entirely volunteers, added a cafe, and reopened, like I said, in February. I'm not gonna lie, it is tough out here for small businesses. We are on an almost entirely vacant block that was hit incredibly hard by COVID. We work with the neighbors, community groups. For a lot of locals, we're the space that they spend the most time in outside of their job and their home. And we draw customers from all over the region who come and spend their money at other small businesses in the area. But it feels like I have to fight tooth and nail just to be able to operate legally while I watch developers and big corporations and out-of-town speculators come in and play financial chess in our neighborhoods and mine us for our resources or hold our assets hostages from afar. In many ways, we are accountable to our community. I'm accountable to them. They see me every single day. They can come and talk to me face to face when they're mad at me, and I pay taxes. Small business owners live in the towns that we work in. We pay our fair share of taxes and want to so that our kids can grow up in safe and thriving communities with resources from the state. You're going to hear that this is bad for small businesses and that we don't want it, and it is the opposite. I hope that you support this bill, both for my family and for my small business. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Good evening, Madam Chair and distinguished members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Gavin Falcone. I'm a sophomore at Long Reach High School in Howard County and a student advocate for my community, where I'm involved in a variety of organizations working with students, teachers, and many other adults from varying backgrounds. But with that being said, I want to say that not just as myself, but everybody I talk to, I'm taking a favorable but with amendment stance on HB 114, or otherwise known as the Fair Share Act. Specifically, coming to the business side of my family, we need to understand that while we of course need to increase this rate, we need to make sure we're not too aggressive to disinvite businesses that need to come in our state. Being one of the greatest economic developers in the world, we need to make sure we get this more funding, not just in the short term, but in the long term as well. And with this money, we can do many things, not just for small businesses, which are amazing, and many other organizations, but us students as well. As many of you know from the joint hearing yesterday, which we all wish was shorter, let's be honest, we are currently facing many cuts and pauses that, while maybe cause pauses, are simply just cuts once again to the blueprint plan, a plan that has been crafted by many years to help improve us students and us nationally. More specifically, it established the nation's best community schools and across the state and in my county has helped many students improve little by little, becoming to a point where they feel heard, being able to testify in front of Board of Education, local governments, feeling as if they have a voice, now having the resources to do so as well. We are the future leaders tomorrow, future politicians, future business leaders, future doctors, and future scientists. Our voices will change the world, and we must nurture that now through funding that is desperately needed during this time. So, with that all in mind, we simply, while of course need to get this more funding, we must ensure that businesses still want to come to our state. We must ensure that there's a balance, so while we increase and get this funding, we also still attract businesses for the long term. So with that all in mind, I request a favorable report with amendments to HB 1014 to ensure students have the funding we need for a better education and future, putting more money in our government's pockets for this very future that we need, but ensuring businesses as well still come to our state. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your comments and being with us once more. Delegate Young, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you the business where the red Emmys was?
Yeah.
Pretty cool. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Any other questions? Delegate Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions. Are you aware that the Mobtown Ballroom is in the 40th District?
Yeah, I live in 43A.
Well, yes, no,
Sorry, I should have mentioned.
No, you're good.
Yes.
But I was like, yay, 40th
We're
District.
like right in that
Yes,
little
no,
cutout.
I just wanted to, make that
Yeah,
public.
thank
That's
you.
it.
Sorry, I
For
should have mentioned
that wasn't to put you on the spot. But my real serious question, though, is I'm curious because we know we're going to hear probably from the next panel or the unfavorable, and I know we probably heard also, I had to step out, but from my colleagues, we spend time together, so I'm familiar with their line of questioning around how this impacts small businesses. And so I'm just wondering, I guess, what are you hearing from other small businesses in terms of why they would be supportive of this? And what is the case? Because I think it's not fair to always assume that one side owns the rights to the impact story, right? And so I'm curious to hear the impact story from your case as a small business owner, and why you feel like, or why you're hearing from others, why this type of the fair share proposal that's on the table is really important for us and how it will support you.
So the small business community that I'm in is largely made up of people who live in the communities where they work. And what that means is that, our families and our friends and the people we care about benefit from state-funded resources. It also means that we often act as a sort of fill-in for people who fall through society and don't get the resources they need. They show up on our doorsteps. We are the ones with windows and doors facing the streets. And by ensuring that the people who are operating in our neighborhoods, who aren't there every day, who are making money off being in our neighborhoods, have to contribute something to our neighborhoods besides just existing there, our families are benefiting from it, but also the people who could come and buy things from us are benefiting from it. And the people who come and need things from us can get the things that we are not able to offer through the programs that are funded by this bill and other bills like it. Does that answer your question?
That does, yes. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. If there are no other questions, we're now ready for the panel of unfavorable witnesses. I'm going to call Kelsey Johnson, Mike O'Halloran, Andrew Griffin, Sarah Price. And if we have enough room, Bernie Markreitz.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Andrew Griffin, here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce, respectfully in opposition to House Bill 1014. I'm going to just talk about Maryland businesses for a second. A lot of statistics have been thrown around, and I want to highlight just a few of them. Maryland has been 49th in job growth since 2023. We are 46th, you've heard this multiple times, in business tax climate. We continue to bear that ranking. We are 44th in new business applications since 2019. Our business problem is not, the problem that you all have that you're trying to solve is a difficult one, and I don't envy your position. The business community wants to help solve that problem through business investment, through job growth, through high-paying jobs, through people taking part in the economy. Unfortunately, House Bill 1014 for the members of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce is an enormous disincentive to that investment. We're talking about schemes, as you continue your worldwide combined reporting. We're talking about the throwback rule, which particularly singles out manufacturers. Since 2019, I think it's roughly one state a year has repealed their throwback rule. We're up to 5 since then now. We're talking about additional taxes on pass-through entities, our state's smallest businesses. These are not things that encourage business investment. These are not things that create jobs. We listen to the same hearings, the BRE hearings. We listen to the state of the economy. Let us create jobs. That's how we solve the budget problem. And so with that, I would just end. I'm happy to answer any questions, encourage an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran. I'm here today representing NFIB. And our members, as you might imagine, you probably will know, are made up of the small mom and pop businesses, your Main Street businesses. And by and large, they are organized as pass-through entities. And so as you all probably also are aware, these pass-through entities pay their quote-unquote business taxes on their personal income tax returns. So in a bill like House Bill 1014, when you increase the tax brackets on these small business owners, they're the ones who are discouraged from taking that money, reinvesting it in their business, operating their business, expanding it, hiring more workers. As my colleague, Mr. Griffin, pointed out, the businesses are here to help in this endeavor. We see the best, our best asset is our businesses and our employees. And when you pass bills like House Bill 1014, it discourages us not only from setting up our businesses here in Maryland, but expanding them for the ones that are already here. And obviously, look, it's a tough job that you all have with the looming structural deficit. And certainly, I don't want to come to the table empty-handed. It's certainly your right to look at every person that comes up here, particularly those that are unfavorable, and say, well, what would you do? I think you could just start very basically. You have my written testimony. I've alluded to a bill that was introduced back in 2020. It was House Bill 185. That's very simple. Sets up a blue ribbon commission to study the tax fairness, the tax structure, the tax competitiveness of Maryland. Call it Augustine 2.0 if you like. But I think that's at least, instead of, these multiple, not just House Bill 1014, but certainly other bills that you have in front of you, I think it's very hard, the further we go down this road, to really get a good grasp on what our system does look like. So that, at least, I think would be a fair first step. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kelsey Johnson, and I'm here on behalf of the Global Business Alliance. I am here to express our concerns with the mandatory worldwide combined reporting included in the Maryland Fair Share Act. Thank you for the opportunity to share our perspective and the negative impacts that this mandatory tax would have on the state and its budget crisis. The Global Business Alliance, or GBA, proudly represents 200 American companies with a global heritage, and it's most of America's most beloved brands. Our members are headquartered in 23 different countries, all in places that are allied with the United States. The mission of GBA is to defend and promote an open economy that welcomes international companies to invest in America. Our members help grow Maryland's economy and provide high-quality jobs in local communities across the state, employing over 120,000 people in Maryland, with a quarter of those jobs in the manufacturing sector. No other state in the union has taken the approach of adopting mandatory worldwide combined reporting, with the exception of Alaska, but only for oil and gas, and that includes very few companies. One major concern is that worldwide combined reporting becoming mandatory in Maryland will create a lot of volatility and shifts in revenue, even resulting in revenue loss. I think we can all agree that setting the state's budget to fund important programs using anticipated revenue that never materializes will create a lot of problems. Why the revenue volatility? Several reasons, but the most basic is the potential to include companies with revenue losses in the group. The revenue impact on the state would be determined by looking at which companies would be included in Maryland's worldwide group, their annual profits or losses, and their share of profits or losses that would be taxed in Maryland, which is very volatile. Vermont just recently scrapped this plan, as did New Hampshire and Minnesota, mostly because of the volatility in the revenue. Even Maryland itself and Virginia considered and studied implementing regular Water's Edge combined reporting, which is less volatile and declined, with revenue being one of the major concerns. Thank you very much for the time.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Bernie Marzik from Cornerstone Government Affairs here today on behalf of the Manufacturers Alliance of Maryland in opposition to House Bill 1014. There's been reference to two of the commissions that have been put in place, one in 2010, one in 2016. The first, the Business Tax Reform Commission, which recommended the state not enact combined reporting. That was then followed up by 2016, which was the referred to earlier as the Augustine Commission, which is the actual called the Maryland Economic Development and Business Climate Commission. I've been using these reports because the reports I've used these over the last several years testifying against this legislation, because Maryland economists, Maryland elected officials were all part of these commissions, and they said clearly, and I quote, "Do not adopt combined reporting and indicate clearly the intent not to do so. It causes uncertainty and sends a negative message to businesses considering expansion in or relocation in this state." I think you've heard this from earlier testifiers, so I won't belabor that. I will talk about a little bit about a throwback rule. Manufacturers in this state, they make things. They make items in this state, clothing, electronics, tools, and they sell those out of the state. This bill would put a $100 million tax on those manufacturers. That is a major disincentive to expand your business or to relocate your business in this state if the throwback rule is adopted. So for these reasons, we would ask for an unfavorable report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable committee members. Sarah Price here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. I wanted to take the opportunity to reflect a bit on some of the earlier conversations that were had in this hearing about whether taxes are the only reason that a business chooses to stay in or leave a state. And it's true that the business tax climate is not the only thing that impacts business decision making. Your colleagues in other committees work on a lot of other policies that also have an impact on the environment here in the state. And it's things that most, if not all of us at the table here weigh in on every day. Things like minimum wage rate, different banks of paid leave, environmental policies like greenhouse gas emissions and energy use targets, the unemployment tax structure, the high utility rates that are now facing businesses and Marylanders across the state. Proposals like recycling and packaging policies and stewardship programs, all of these have a big impact on business decision-making, and that's not even mentioning the labor problems that we have, where it's true, people are leaving the state for cost of living issues, and that's having an impact on all of the businesses' ability to continue to operate. So while all of those things are true, the tax policies that we are also considering here are not an unmeaningful factor in that business environment. If you pass unitary, mandated worldwide combined reporting in a fashion that no other state has done, that's only going to make it look even worse for businesses to try to move here and operate here. We, every day, are forced to look at a much larger picture. I think the committees benefit from the ability to take a nuanced approach to one bill at a time, but we have to look at everything. And for that reason, we would urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Delegate Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this question will be for Mr. O'Halloran. Did I say it right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since you talked about working with us, right? In terms of what we could how we could work together. So I'm looking at your testimony, and you mentioned the NFIB strongly support legislation in 2020, but your recommendation was, the recommendation was to ensure Maryland's tax policy is competitive with surrounding jurisdictions, which I understand, but that it encourages business growth and job creation. And so when we think about job creation, like, this conversation about how we grow our economy is multifaceted, right? It's not just around taxes, it's also around our infrastructure. And we know that we also have like a really clear $3 billion deficit this year. And so I'm just curious, like, if we were to do another commission or report, which we've done several already, what would you come to the table willing to offer to help support these goals? Not just saying, oh, well, the cost is too high. What would you come to the table and discuss and saying, like, this is what we can help provide to support these overall goals, not just our pockets, but the overall sustainability, because we all have a stake in the growth of our economy, right? Workers are a part of that economy. The businesses are a part of the economy, but I feel like all I ever really hear oftentimes from on this conversation, on this side of the conversation also is, well, the pockets of the businesses, and you will often talk about the importance of workers, but not really thinking about how do workers get to work and how are they going to be reliable and how can they thrive. So my question, which is the long-winded question, is like, what will you all do to genuinely come to the conversation with options that are really on the table for discussion and not just opposition?
Sure. Well, I think the benefit of doing such a commission that I laid out in my written testimony is to give everybody, not just folks on Ways and Means, and then you have that silo there, and then you have folks in Economic Matters in their silo talking about minimum wage and unemployment insurance. I think the benefit of having everybody together in one room is that we get to have those discussions. I could go on and talk to you about how, there's legislation right now to essentially raise $900 million in unemployment insurance taxes over the next 3 or 4 years. It's things like that. Now, directly to your point about, what can we bring to the table outside of, the saying the taxes are too high? Well, frankly, I mean, that's what our members are saying. Is if there is an opportunity to pare back some of the taxes to encourage growth, I think, when we poll our members, when we survey our members, every single time within the top 5 answers, their response is state and federal taxes are too high and it discourages them from reinvesting in their business. I understand, they are just as dependent as their employees are on good roads and good bridges. Certainly that's why we have the gas tax, but I think, on that point, we're seeing when it comes to the gas tax, right? You know, there are other policies that are starting to take away from the state's gas tax revenue, for instance. And that's not just Advanced Clean Cars 2, for instance, but, you know, efficiency ratings for vehicles. So all of these things are intertwined. They're not just siloed. So you know.
I guess two things. I think wanted to be clear, like we don't operate in this legislature in a vacuum, specifically our committees, right? So I don't think it's appropriate to indicate that, you know, Ways and Means is not talking to ECM or not talking to HGS.
Oh, no, I didn't.
That's kind of how
you.
That's a little bit of how it was construed.
I certainly didn't mean to make it sound as though, you know, folks don't know what other committees are doing. I was just illustrating, you know, there are bills in this committee of jurisdiction, there are bills in other committees of jurisdiction, and we, you know, on this side of the table, if you will, are bouncing around to all these different committees. That was my only point in
And then
mentioning
my other question that I would have asked for you, and this is probably a long-term assignment, but I mean, I would imagine that the interest that you represent would, if we were to offer them tax breaks, I'm not going to say that they would say yes, but I think that they would have less opposition to that. But I'm curious, have you actually polled them and asked them, how do they see, like, have they rated our infrastructure? Have they rated the reliability of folks needing to work? And have they ever even conceived that is related, the challenges related to our infrastructure and related to employment access, have they ever conceived what is causing that? Have they broke those things down? Are they asking these questions? Are they concerned about it?
Sure. So when we survey our members, admittedly, it is nationwide.
Here in Maryland.
Right. So admittedly, but you know, you can
Or
extrapolate that. Generally speaking, this is how, you know, small businesses will feel. You know, the biggest issue that we have is, in addition to taxes, is just trying to find qualified employees. Now, to your point about infrastructure, that's certainly an interesting question. I'd be happy to, you know, dig further into the surveys that we've done, see if there is something to extrapolate from that about those questions, for sure.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the question. Delegate Wu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one question for the lady on the right. Sorry, forgetting your last name. So actually, there are a lot of companies, a lot of states are doing the combined report. For example, even Texas is doing that, right? I look around, 28 states are doing this. So the blue state doing that, red state are doing that, right? So I think the concern is a relative comparative advantage, right? If they are doing this, not in other states, the business may move away, right? That's a concern. But if I look at the map, it's kind of, Pennsylvania is not doing that, but like Virginia is doing that, Virginia is not doing that, but West Virginia is doing that, right? So I think based on your, or your research, which kind of business may move away if we're doing this?
That's a very good question. I don't know if I could directly answer who would move. If I may, I would just note the combined reporting that is in effect in other states in the contiguous United States is water's edge. So the proposal in front of us today is much broader, and that would be the difference between Maryland compared to the other states that do have a similar policy in effect right now.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Fair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. Sorry, that just sparked in my head. So there was a lot of discussion on the sponsors panel about the number of states that actually do have combined reporting and that they do have combined reporting beyond water's edge. Or is it your testimony that was incorrect, the 14 states that were referenced in their testimony, many of whom have a variation of either water's edge or beyond water's edge combined reporting?
My understanding was that it's to water's edge in other states. I don't know if.
Yeah, I'll take that. Thank you, Madam Chair, member. From the perspective of water's edge or worldwide, in the case of worldwide, there's only one other state that has it, but it's solely for oil and gas, and that's Alaska. Yep. Alaska's revenues are also declining. In the last, for this budget cycle, I believe they're down almost $1 billion, so I wouldn't go out of my way to say that the revenue is not volatile. In the case of the combined reporting has been adopted by a number of other states. However, the structure of combined reporting in the bills that are before the legislature at this time is very different than the structure that has been adopted by other states. Other states have looked at the group and which businesses will be included in those groups. And then beyond that, they also have a number of exceptions and exemptions. And so if the state is to move forward with combined reporting, I would argue that the legislation that they currently have in draft format or in legislation is technically a model piece of legislation and not something that's adoptable. Okay. It is a 45-year-old piece of legislation, so it's been amended greatly in that time frame. Thank you for the question.
So I want to give, and I always want to give adequate opportunity for both sides of the same argument. So when the sponsor panel was up there, I kind of referenced back to my story of running a small business in Frederick County for a living. It was stated unequivocally that my small business pays a greater share into the Maryland system than these multinational corporations do, and that there is this inequity, this inherent inequity that exists because these massive corporations have figured out how to merge their losses forward and push fake losses or false losses forward, and figured out how to subvert the Maryland tax system so that they pay a less effective tax rate than the tiny business that is employing 35 people in the state of Maryland. Is your take different from the sponsors' take, the sponsors panel's take?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Member Fair. My take would be that it's really on a case-by-case basis. I would also add that Maryland has on its books one of the best tools to prevent profit shifting of any kind. It's called the add-back provision. My colleague is also going to testify. He is a tax attorney and can speak directly to that provision and give you the citation in statute so that you have that. That has been actually on the books in Maryland since 2004. It prevents the malicious type of profit shifting that some have pointed to, saying that corporations are siphoning money to non-tax treated countries.
And other states.
I can't quite speak to that, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you so much. Thank you for the time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your questions. Thank you, panel. And we have two witnesses unfavorable, Doug Lindholm and Tom Ballantyne.
Madam Chair, with your permission, my name is Tom Ballantyne. I'm here on behalf of NAOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association, and here in opposition to House Bill 1410. The bill, as you've been hearing this afternoon, proposes higher taxes both at the entity and the individual level. And from our count, for those that receive payments through pass-through entities, could result in combined state and local income tax rates as high as 19.45%, which would be among the highest in the country, if not the highest. The bill is particularly hard on real estate enterprises because it imposes these taxes on pass-through entities, corporations, REITs, and partnerships that hold real estate, which also pays local property transfer and recordation taxes. The transportation fee could double tax entities that own real estate in jurisdictions that use impact fees, special taxing districts, excise taxes to generate transportation funding. And those same jurisdictions are also likely to have adequate public facilities regulations that contain transportation components that are required to be met as a condition of development approval, which in the case of our members would be a building held in one of these pass-through entities. The income from commercial real estate is often earned unevenly through so-called monetizing events. The sale of a building may have been decades in the making, involving significant upfront investment. And even though the sale of a real estate asset may show income on a tax return, the proceeds may be required to retire debt that was secured by the property that was sold. So it doesn't necessarily mean that there's money there to pay additional fees and taxes. And then I'll just at the end here, the 8.25% surtax on distributions by pass-through entities, because it kicks in after the first 1 million is distributed, means that the smaller shareholders in a partnership or an LLC may be taxed even though they have relatively small income from the endeavor.
All right, thank you. The next is Doug Lindholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Doug Lindholm. For the past 25 years, I served as the President and Executive Director of COST, also known as the Council on State Taxation. I'm now Special Counsel to COST, working on special projects, of which mandatory worldwide combined reporting is one. We represent most of the Fortune 1000 on state tax issues. I'm a tax attorney, and I want to focus my testimony on the mandatory worldwide combined reporting. But before I get into this, I want to clarify some issues that I have heard in prior testimony, primarily the notion that the lack of mandatory worldwide combined reporting or combined reporting itself is somehow prejudicial to small businesses. Most small businesses pay no corporate income tax whatsoever because they're organized as pass-throughs. They're LLCs or subchapter S or partnerships, and therefore they don't get taxed twice like a C corporation. C corporation's business income gets taxed once at the entity level and once when it's sent out to its owners. That results in about 20% higher level. So that notion that there's some discrimination here is patently false. I want to also mention why this is such a big issue. 40 years ago, as was referenced, there were about a dozen states imposing worldwide combined reporting, and it was a huge global deal then. In fact, so much so that a number of countries raised objections up to the highest level, to the president and to George Shultz. And I want to just read a couple quotes. This is from George Shultz, Secretary of State under Reagan. And in his tenure, he said that few issues have provoked so broad and intense a reaction from foreign nations. The U.S. government had received diplomatic issues from 14 members of the OECD, including the OECD itself, and three prime ministers objected, and it is there's no reason to think that this won't happen again if we in Maryland impose this tax. So I'm not sure why you want to put a sign on the border that says direct foreign investment is not welcome here. I'm happy to answer questions, and there are a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I overlooked Alan Pataski. Thank you.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Alan Pasetsky, and I'm here as a Maryland resident and also an advisor for the Global Business Alliance. So why does mandatory tax make no sense for Maryland? When some states had a concern for profit shifting 30 years ago, they either went down the path of water's edge combined or a related party add-back rule. In 2004, Maryland chose the add-back route. They enacted a law, which you heard earlier, which addresses profit shifting. Unfortunately, the proponents who are up here don't tell you the truth, that the perceived loophole that they talk about was closed over 20 years ago. And they don't tell you about the complexity, the audits, and the prolonged litigation that will result draining resources from the state. Concerning revenue, with worldwide, some companies may lose, some companies may pay more, including Maryland-based companies. So the overall revenue to you could go down. I point simply to Vermont, which just in 2024, because you asked for recent things, that worldwide could actually cost $1 million a year. Why? Because some companies have losses and because they already tax some global income, as does Maryland, which now you might not be taxing under worldwide. A worldwide regime has been rejected by the entire United States. Do you think this would really be the case if there were guaranteed revenue flows? I don't think so. When worldwide was in vogue 40 years ago, other countries also were concerned that their companies were double taxed, once in their home country and once in Maryland, and we're going to retaliate against companies from states that enacted worldwide. Why would you want to invigorate such disputes? So to summarize, no other state does it. There's no guaranteed revenue. There's no loophole, as you keep hearing, because the tax avoidance concerns are already addressed by current law. It's a huge burden for companies and Maryland. Maryland would be a complete outlier in the country with an anti-business provision every state has rejected, and it would cause retaliation by foreign countries. That's why worldwide makes no sense for Maryland. Thank you for letting me speak here today, and I take any questions as well.
And thank you for your testimony. Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the gentleman in the middle, I was curious, I was following along. Is there anything else you wanted to add from the rest of your statements, or I can follow up offline with you?
Yeah, no,
I'm very
there's
interested
a
in some of
number.
the
One,
stuff
let me
that both
just
you two gentlemen were
address
saying.
some things that I heard that I can help clarify. One, the Texas's use of combined reporting. Texas imposes not an income tax, but sort of a modified gross receipts tax. So it's advantageous because companies eliminate intercompany transactions. They don't go into the tax base. Texas also has no personal income tax, so they have to rely more heavily on business taxes. Point two, the notion was said that companies had no difficulty complying with this 40 years ago, the 12 states that had done that. Well, New Hampshire, for example, couldn't even enforce it against outbound companies. They refused to even try. We testified in New Hampshire and Minnesota and Vermont looking at worldwide combined over the last 2 or 3 years, and their own departments of revenue testified saying this would be very difficult for us to audit. Imagine a company pulling up to the parent of TikTok in China and saying, give us all your books and records. Right. I mean, it's just not realistic when you consider the differences in accounting principles, the differences in exchange rates, the differences in inflationary rates, the differences in privacy laws. I mean, it really is, it's mind-boggling. And I've talked to companies in Alaska who have had to file worldwide, and what they do is in order to file that return, they have a problem they can't resolve. They go back to the audit department and say, we can either do this on average or monthly, or how do you want to do it? And it becomes a series of negotiations. And that's the only way they get it filed is they have a series of negotiations. There's only like 6 companies in Alaska that do that. For each company, depending on their systems and where they're located and where their affiliates are, each series of negotiations is different. Now imagine that on a broad scale. It's really unworkable. And as Alan points out, the loophole does not exist because the types of income that was easily moved as mobile income, that is addressed by the add-back statute, which says if you're moving mobile income like interest or intangibles among related parties, you have to add it back so it stays in Maryland. That's a standard targeted method of addressing that profit shifting, and it doesn't try and kill a fly with a sledgehammer. One other point, the proponents, in particular Mr. Griswold, likes to look at this in isolation at just the corporate income tax, not every other tax that companies pay. And it's important to get a company here, not for the corporate income tax, but because that company has jobs, which increases the personal income tax. That company buys property, which pays huge property tax. That's the #1 tax that businesses pay in Maryland is the property tax. It's important to get people here on the ground. And, I testified at the Augustine Commission, and one of the things that came out of that was they said, look, businesses need certainty and predictability. And when you consider combined reporting, just the fact that it's on the agenda every single year, that makes companies leery about moving in here because we don't know if you're going to pass it or not. If it's passed, they can adapt to it like they have in other states, but it's a big issue, right? So why even move here if that's being considered every single year? And it's not a question of companies leaving, it's a question of companies growing or relocating here. That's what Maryland needs to focus on. So he may be right, companies aren't going to cost a lot of money or to incur a lot of costs to leave, but they certainly won't expand here, and they certainly won't relocate here. Thank you for the opportunity.
No, thank you for I like to hear the balanced approach and where you were going right where I had been questioning for, so I really appreciate your perspective. Thank you.
And thank you. Are there any other questions? If not, this concludes the hearing for House Bill 1014. This also concludes the hearing for today. Members, we are returning at 5:45 for a voting session. Good evening.
Good evening. This is still February 20th, and this is voting session of the Ways and Means Committee. First, we have a healthy list of bills, so we'll try to move through this. First, House Bill 6, and there are amendments. Delegate Wells.
A lapse. Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 6 is the Taxation Department of General Services Property Appraisal Aids Geographic Images. The bill requires SDAT to maintain a database of geographic images for use in assessing property. We have an amendment that requires SDAT to develop policies to protect the identity of any individual whose image is captured by aerial photography. Move the amendment.
Okay, any discussion on the amendment? Okay, all in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed on the amendment, say no. The amendment passes. Okay, is there a motion on the bill as amended?
Move the bill as amended.
Okay, discussion on the bill? Okay, we are going to do a roll call on House Bill 6 as amended. The vice chair is excused. Delegate Ebersol?
Yes.
And I should say it's for a favorable, as amended.
Yes, favorable.
The motion is for a favorable as amended. Okay, Delegate Ebersol is yes. Delegate Patterson?
Yes.
Delegate Buckle?
No.
Delegate Fair?
Yes.
Delegate Hornberger? No. Delegate Long is absent. Excused. Delegate Young? Delegate Miller? No. Delegate Roberson? Yes. Delegate Roberts? Yes. Delegate Wims? Yes. Delegate Vogel? Yes. Delegate Wu? Yes. Delegate Hartman? No. Delegate Miracle North? Yes. Delegate Griffith is excused. Delegate Wells? Yes. Delegate Plakovich Carr? Yes. Delegate Feldmark?
Yes.
House Bill 6 passes favorably as amended. House Bill 133, and there are amendments. Delegate Wells.
Yep. House Bill 133. Tax rate each year. We have an amendment which would require SDAT to provide the constant yield tax rate to a local government on request. Move the amendment.
Okay, discussion on the amendment. Delegate Buckle.
I just had a quick question. It sounds pretty simple. This now puts the onus on the local government. If they want it, SDAT will do it in a timely fashion. There's time requirements built in there for it, and so that's still available. And inevitably, what happens is property owners complain, about their assessments, and the county says, well, that's the state's fault. And, I'd like us to be able to say, well, we at least calculate the constant yield for you. So you can still do that. Just if the county doesn't request it, that's on them.
That's correct.
Fine. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, any? Delegate Hartman? You want to turn your mic on?
There are dates. Stan, can you remind us of what the cutoffs are? The cutoff is?
So they have to make the request by February 1st, and if they make the request, they have to, SDAT has to provide the constant yield rate by the 15th of February.
Thank you.
Okay, so is there a motion on the bill as amended?
Move the bill as amended. Second.
Okay, so the motion is for a favorable as amended. Any further discussion? Okay, I will do a roll call. Okay, all in favor as amended signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, House Bill 133 passes favorably as amended. House Bill 197, Delegate Ebersol.
House Bill 197 as amended. This bill requires MSDE to develop a comprehensive plan for the establishment of restorative practices schools. The plan must provide a framework for local school systems to identify qualified school personnel, to provide restorative practices training, establish a model for training materials, and develop outcome and performance metrics to track the effective use of restorative practices. County board that chooses to develop a restorative practices school must use the comprehensive plan in doing so. There is an amendment, but it fixes a drafting error, so with your permission, I just moved the bill as amended with the amendment.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, no discussion. I will do a roll call on a favorable for House Bill 197. The vice chair is excused. Delegate Ebersol?
Yes.
Delegate Patterson? Delegate Buckle? Delegate Fair?
Yes, can we read to this with the amendment?
Yes, so he would like his name added. So as a reminder, if a bill is being amended, you can add yourself, ask to me too. Delegate Hornberger? No. Delegate Long is excused. Delegate Young? Delegate Miller? No. Delegate Roberson? Yes. Delegate Roberts? Yes, me too. Okay, she's a me too. Delegate Wims? Yes. Delegate Vogel? Yes. Delegate Wu?
Yes, me too.
Delegate Hartman?
No.
Delegate Miracle North?
Yes, and me too.
Delegate Griffith is excused. Delegate Wells?
Yes, me too.
Delegate Plakovich Carr?
Yes, me too.
Delegate Feldmark?
Yes, me too.
With apologies, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to be added. I'm not sure if I am or not.
Delegate Ebersol would like to be a me too. Okay. All right, House Bill 197, and the chair votes yes, and me too. Passes favorably as amended. House Bill 282, I move unfavorable. Is there a second? Any discussion? Okay, I'm going to do a roll call on the unfavorable for House Bill 282. The chair is yes. The vice chair is excused. Delegate Ebersol?
Yes.
Delegate Patterson?
Yes.
Delegate Buckle?
No.
Delegate Fair?
Yes.
Delegate Hornberger?
No.
Delegate Long is excused. Delegate Young? On the, Delegate Miller? No. Delegate Roberson? Yes. Delegate Roberts? Yes. Delegate Wims? Yes. Delegate Vogel? Yes. Delegate Wu?
Yes.
Delegate Hartman?
No.
Delegate Miracle North?
Yes.
Delegate Griffith is excused. Delegate Wells?
Yes.
Delegate Plakovich Carr? Yes. Delegate Feldmark?
Yes.
House Bill 282 does not make it out of committee. House Bill 322, and there are amendments. Delegate Fair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill authorizes the State Administrator of Elections to enter into a memorandum of understanding with a municipal corporation to assist with the administration of the municipal corporation's elections. The amendments authorize the State Administrator to lease the voting system or other voting equipment for use in a municipal election, change the deadline for a municipal corporation to request to include its election on the state ballot from 18 months before the candidate filing deadline to 9 months, and clarifies that a municipal election that is included on the state ballot must comply with the state rules regarding voter registration and voting. Move the amendments.
Any discussion on the amendments? Well, I'm sorry. All in favor of the amendments?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, is there a motion on the bill as amended?
Move favorable, Madam Chair.
Discussion on the bill, as amended, Delegate Hornberger.
Thank you. Appreciate this bill. Just had a clarifying question. Some of the municipalities have what I'll just say different approaches to write-in candidates. And my question is, based on all of the different iterations of write-in candidates, would the state be able to support all of these different, we'll call them election schemes on their ballot? In other words, they have the ability to support those different ways.
I would say in its role in going under the MOU with the municipal corporation, they would work through what it is that the city's seeking to do and be able to work with them to make sure that it works within their voting machine.
Right, but it's spelled out in their charters.
Yeah, I'll turn it, Stan.
So they might have to amend their charter.
So if they're going to be on the state ballot, they have to follow the state rules, period.
Right, but does the state have the flexibility to accommodate these different write-in schemes?
Like Delegate Fair said, if they're not going to be on the state ballot, then that would be something that would have to be worked out with the state administrator, and they may or may not be able to support a particular.
Okay, so that would just be a decline.
Yeah, if the state can't do it in a
Okay,
particular
great.
case, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Any other discussion on the bill as amended? Okay, all in favor of House Bill 322 as amended signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? House Bill 322 passes favorably as amended. House Bill 324, Delegate Ebersol.
Much, Madam Chair. This bill, with its quality sponsorship, requires each member of the County Board of Education to complete the anti-bias training developed for school employees during the member's term. Move the bill.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Oh, Delegate Hartman?
Madam Chair, so for clarification, who's paying for the mandatory anti-bias training?
That's an excellent question. I don't think there was a fiscal note with it. I think it was said that they could do it within the terms they're doing it already. We required anti-bias training last year for teachers. Every teacher has to get it. It's a half-day training. So we're just asking them to take the same training and apply it to to people in the school board.
So then with that answer, I would assume the county, it's a mandate on the county?
Yes.
As opposed to MABE paying for it?
It's free.
MABE doesn't pay for anything, but that's possible. I mean, they're just an organization.
Okay, so it's the county?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of House Bill 324 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Opposed? Delegate Hartman is opposed. House Bill 324 passes favorably. House Bill 325, and there are amendments. Delegate Ebersol.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill requires the Department of Labor to allow someone taking the GED to choose to take each component of the examination in either Spanish or English. The bill also requires the department to identify other languages that people might wish to use to take the examination and study the feasibility of offering the examination in those languages, and to report back to the governor and, of course, the General Assembly. The amendment is what clarifies that the individual taking the GED may choose to take each component of the examination in either Spanish or English. So I move the amendment.
Okay, any discussion on the amendments? Okay, motion on the bill is amended?
Favorable.
Is there? Okay, any discussion on the bill as amended? Okay, the motion's for a favorable. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? House Bill 325 passes favorably as. What? Oh, you have me too's? Raise your hand if you would like to be a me too.
It does have amendments, so yes.
Okay, Delegate Ebersol is a me too. Delegate Patterson is a me too. Delegate Fair, are you a me too?
Yes.
Delegate Roberts is a me too. Delegate Vogel, Delegate Wu, Delegate Muir-Q North, Delegate Wells, Delegate Feldmark, Chair Atterbury. Oh, okay. Delegate Young and Delegate Roberson.
The speaker, sorry, I didn't see you down there.
You didn't have your hand up, did you? Okay, House Bill 412, excuse me, and there are amendments. Delegate Fair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill requires each local board of elections to post meeting materials on its website 48 hours before each meeting, provide live video streaming for each meeting, and maintain a video recording of each meeting for 5 years. The amendments strike provisions that would have required local boards to provide live video streaming of the canvass of votes after each election and maintain a video recording of that canvass for 5 years. Move the amendments, Madam Chair.
Okay, any discussion on the amendments? Okay, motion on the bill is amended.
Move favorable.
Second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, House Bill 412 passes favorably as amended. House Bill 420, and we are primary, HGO is secondary, so this will vote and it'll go on to HGO. Delegate Plakovich-Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. HB 420 amends the term and definition of auto-injectable epinephrine throughout Maryland Code to be, quote, emergency use epinephrine, end quote, in order to keep up with innovations in government-approved epinephrine products. Move favorable.
Any discussion? Well, is there a motion on the, you seconded, okay. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, House Bill 420 passes favorably. House Bill 586, Delegate Fair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill requires that election judges only be paid for attending training if they actually serve on a voting day, and allows a public school student that serves as an election judge to both earn service learning credit and receive the election judge compensation. Move favorable, Madam Chair.
Okay, any discussion? Delegate Miller? Can you turn your?
Yes, oh, sorry, excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Remind me, were the students still in training? Were the students fully able to do the job of an election judge?
Apologies, I'm not understanding the question. Could you?
Stan?
So if you're 16 or older, you can serve fully as an election judge.
Okay. So they're not still in training, they're actually full election judges?
That's correct, yes.
Fully trained, ready to go?
That is correct, yep.
All right, thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, we're going to do a roll call on the favorable for House Bill 586. The vice chair is excused. Delegate Ebersol? Yes. Delegate Patterson? Delegate Buckle? No. Delegate Fair? Yes. Delegate Hornberger? Yes. Delegate Long is excused. Delegate Young? Delegate Miller? No. Delegate Roberson? Yes. Delegate Roberts? Aye. Delegate Wims? Yes. Delegate Vogel? Yes. Delegate Wu? Yes. Delegate Hartman? No. Delegate Miracle North? Yes. Delegate Griffith is excused. Delegate Wells? Yes. Delegate Palakovich-Carr? Yes. Delegate Feldmark?
Yes.
House Bill 586 passes favorably. House Bill 603, Delegate Feldmark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 603 authorizes the comptroller to provide by electronic means certain required notice to employers in the state regarding the earned income tax credit. Move favorable.
Second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, House Bill 603 passes favorably. House Bill 614, and there are amendments. Delegate Feldmark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 614 specifies that the county income tax rate used to calculate the local earned income tax credit is the county's lowest marginal income tax rate for the tax year. There are two amendments. The amendments clarify that if a county imposes one or more flat income tax rates, the applicable county income tax rate is the county income tax rate that is applicable to the taxpayer's income level and filing status as established by the county. Move the amendments.
Okay, is there any discussion on the amendments? Okay, motion on the bill is amended.
Move favorable.
Second. Any discussion on the bill is amended? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? House Bill 614 passes favorably as amended. House Bill 617, Delegate Feldmark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 617 clarifies which incoming calls the comptroller may record or monitor by specifying that only calls to the comptroller's call centers may be recorded or monitored. Move favorable.
Second. Okay, any discussion? Okay, all in favor of House Bill 617 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, House Bill 617 passes favorably. House Bill 627, Delegate Ebersol.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 627, we've seen this one before. This bill exempts students who are currently attending a school who are at a school as part of an extracurricular activity from crimes related to the disruption on school grounds. It has no amendments. I move the bill favorable.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, we are going to do a roll call on House Bill 627. The Vice Chair is excused. Delegate Ebersol?
Yes.
Delegate Patterson? Yes. Delegate Buckle? No. Delegate Fair?
Yes.
Delegate Hornberger? No. Delegate Long is excused. Delegate Young? Delegate Miller? No. Delegate Roberson? Delegate Roberts? Delegate Wims? Yes. Delegate Vogel? Yes. Delegate Wu?
Yes.
Delegate Hartman? No. Delegate Miracle North?
Yes.
Delegate Griffith is excused. Delegate Wells?
Yes.
Delegate Palakovich-Carr?
Yes.
Delegate Feldmark?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. House Bill 627 passes favorably. House Bill 619, Delegate Feldmark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 619 exempts from sales and use tax the sale of cannabis between a licensed cannabis business and a registered cannabis nursery. Move favorable.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on the favorable? Okay, we're going to do a roll call. On the favorable, the vice chair is excused. Delegate Ebersol?
Yes.
Delegate Patterson?
Yes.
Delegate Buckle?
Yes.
Delegate Fair?
Yes.
Delegate Hornberger? Delegate Long is excused. Delegate Young? Delegate Miller? Delegate Roberson? Delegate Roberts? Delegate Wims? Delegate Vogel? Delegate Wu? Delegate Hartman? Delegate Miracle North? Delegate Griffith is excused. Delegate Wells? Delegate Plavkovich Carr? Delegate Feldmark? House Bill 619 passes as favorably. We have two motions to withdraw.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
move a consent calendar unfavorable on those two.
Okay, that would be House Bill 555 and 733. All in favor of the consent motion on the unfavorable because they have been withdrawn, signify by saying aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you. That concludes our voting session.